What up? When it was Kemet, Black Egypt, it was a Nile Valley civilization. Black Egypt. It wasn't no Mediterranean culture like us. You gon' get tormented for 4 minutes if it's war. When it just said Jeshurun got a false door in it. The Nubian flow, that's before Kemet. Masa Kim got rubies and gold, and it's fit for a Kushite king. But what it look like, the green Sahara ring bearer, bring terror to your satellite kingdom, so they do not bother me. Scarification look like wavy line pottery. Kush with the black top pots, a rap top notch, and I could kick it till your laptop stops. I'm like Tahaka, Shabaka, or Pianki, the author's a father. Any cocky, I came down and out through the lands of Kush, living a pre-dynastic Pharaoh way and Marrow way. Kerma, Khartoum, or Simna by the 5th cataract. Now I put the 5th wheel on the Cadillac. So much ride, a white man couldn't battle that dough, they had to paddle back. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. You gotta look and see where the Nile started. Black Egypt. And how it was easier to go downstream than upstream. And which way the river flowed. Don't look at the color, look at the culture. Black Egypt. What you know about Dynasty 00? Roll through with Shimsu, Heru on the standard. Ta-Nehisi, Sudanese G's. Try to test me, I'm an archer from Taseti. The squad ready, so I'm stepping in with the extra thin leopard skin. A tail on the apron with my crown on. You can crack jokes, but I ain't the one to clown on. Hey yo, Egypt was black, and that's a fact. All you little suckers need to step on by. They tried to throw us off, but we kept on track. We started doing research, but you slept on that.
You slept on that.
And with Kemet, it don't matter what the name means. If it's a black culture, then that's the same thing. Race science is a lame thing. Ever since Nubian times, I let the chain swing. How the first nome of Egypt was Taseti, but Taseti was Taseti already. Yep, it meant the land of the bow, and when Egyptians needed archers, this is where they would go to recruit them. I got arrows and I shoot them. Who them fake pharaohs? I uproot them and use Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt. Black Egypt.
That scarification, boy. That scarification looked like wavy line pottery. What's up with the people? Hold up, though. Let's kick it. Let them get them notifications out one time. Uh-oh, we got one hot off the press. Let me see something. I gotta see how high this level coming up. That's a little better, right? Yeah, that's about right. I had to get that right because we going into that. See, I'll be playing a lot of stuff I don't intend to release. But a lot of this stuff, my man be like, what? Man, let me put that out. Because I'm in the stage of my career where I'm tired of the rat race, man. And it feels good to address it this way. But don't trip set. I'm going to do my hip-hop chill for 30 minutes. 2 or 3 hours from now, we might be into the knowledge. It might not take that long, though. But my man Albert Jenkins from Needle to the Groove Records said, hold on, Smash. You rap to my beat. That's fire. Let's do an album. And that's business. If y'all don't understand, that's business. I think we're going to talk some business today because I'm in my simulation mode. In the world that I live in, I don't like being denied. And I always like being approved. And it's just like that. So I got that down to a science. And if I run into some nonsense, then I got to figure out where I'm leaking. But now we can talk about all that type of stuff right after we bump this Albert Jenkins freestyle. Coming out soon. Get ready to buy that new Casual album on wax, everything. Check out these lyrics.
Just rolling up the weed, ladies stop by my page when they scrolling up they feed. So I block the young chicks that ain't old enough for trees, but I like whatever comment that they bold enough to leave. Rappers follow me cause rhymes from my catalog read like an intergalactic battle log, satellite feed to the spaceship. When traveling, my documents are placed in the basement of the Vatican, where scientists try to duplicate my rhyme patterns. To do this, they must lubricate the mind matter and find data to match the kind that I dispatch. I lace rhymes in the fabric of space-time. To meet you, I'm traveling back. Plenty of nights for him like Phineas when he stabbed that Midianite whore with the javelin. That's in the Torah. I'm in the mortar just recording for the art of slaughter. I told the king to pay tribute and he brought his daughter. Exotic trees in my horticulture, fly aeronautic products for the vultures. Raps hidden in imported sculptures. Got my custom broker scrambling to meet me at the port of Oakland. Connect got.
I don't give a damn. I'm not retarded. Yeah, there goes some Archer signs. I'll be listening sometimes like, hell no, that demands something. So I'm gonna force somebody to hear that shit. I listen back like, God, Albert Jenkins. On that smooth little track, you just made me think of hella little lyrics. I was on my RV vibing. Thank you for approving that, Jody. I was like, dang, that ain't slap. That ain't no bars. You didn't hear not one lug. Golly. Come on, let's start that over.
Just rolling up the weed, ladies stop by my page when they scrolling up they feed. So I block the young chicks that ain't old enough for trees, but I like whatever comment that they bold enough to leave. Rappers follow me cause rhymes from my catalog read like an intergalactic battle log, satellite feed to the spaceship. When traveling, my documents are placed in the basement of the Vatican, where scientists try to duplicate my rhyme patterns. To do this, they must lubricate the mind matter and find data to match the kind that I dispatch. I lace rhymes in the fabric of space-time. To meet you, I'm traveling back. Plenty of nights for him like Phineas when he stabbed that Midianite whore with the javelin. That's in the Torah. I'm in the mortar just recording for the art of slaughter. I told the king to pay tribute and he brought his daughter. Exotic trees in my horticulture, fly aeronautic products for the vultures. Raps hidden in imported sculptures. Got my custom broker scrambling to meet me at the port of Oakland. Connect got money to lobby to keep the border open. You ain't got no rhymes or no style neither. Cats get confused, heard more lines than wild zebras. Yo. Hey yo, you couldn't imagine the colors in my kaleidoscope. The effervescent essence provided by my exotic flow. Regarded on how he plotted on nautical wavelengths and brought it from the basement to the pavement. The same shit as astrologists and astrophysicists. The love and knowledge of a lyricist is serious. The theory is mysteriously furious periods of time that it took. Fuck that, sure ain't hearing it if I'm capping on the track is the capstone on the pyramid. I'm an expert and it's an experiment. And dropping metaphors is my favorite thing. I rock fly Jews, think David slingshot.
Damn, boy. I already killed rock fly Jews. Nobody in hip hop ever gonna rock fly Jews ever as fresh as Castle. I stole it. I took it. I won. Let me see. We're gonna go here. Try it. Go drop a rock fly Jews metaphor. It's never gonna be as fresh as mine. I won. Let me see. Hold on. We having fun though. I gotta hear that God Killer. And dropping metaphors is my favorite thing. I rock fly Jews. Think David slingshot. They like, I still don't get it. All right, rock fly. Jews. Think David's slingshot. I killed rock fly Jews. Nobody ever in hip hop should ever rock fly Jews again. Because you'll never think of one fresher than that. But I did hit y'all with another one. What was the other one? I said I rock fly Jews, think David slingshot. Y'all figure that. Y'all got that, right? Yeah, of course. But it was the other one. Iraq fly Jews think stoning Jesus. Rock fly Jews. Jewels. Jews. What's up with the people today? What we about to do? I think I be wanting to talk about hip hop more than I be talking about it. But I don't like talking about it that much. Oh, it was another lug in there that I was like, damn, you thought of that? I mean, that was the craziest. You don't got no bars or no style neither. Man, cats get confused. See, wait a minute. You ain't got no bars or no style neither. Cats get confused. Heard more lines than wild zebras. I'll be having to explain that to y'all once a week. Because then when you think about that, that killed all them weak-ass rappers. And that's just fun shit with my partner. That ain't even really my style, like. You know what I'm saying? I just like showing people I could do that shit. But we're going to get the show started. We just chilling. Got a nice little monologue. Let me see. Yeah, and so my new thing I like to contribute to hip hop as a in the field of scholastics. You're not gonna be no PhD until you can prove that you can contribute to the field. That's the difference between a master and a PhD. A PhD contributed something to the field in the form of a dissertation. And if you can't contribute nothing to your field, you probably master, but you ain't extra. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I can show you. I mean, I put shit on the table. Motherfuckers don't like that about me. Cause like when you be like, okay, motherfuckers like to creep up under the bridge and act like they done did some shit. But when it's time to say, what have you done? I'll be having shit to say. And I like that. I think we should deal with things and appraise things appropriately. Like you can't act like you got something you've been putting on for and you're a part of it. And then when it's time to say, what have you done for this? You can't say shit. Oh, I did something hell a long time ago. No, fuck that. You got to do something. I do shit every day. But anyway, we ain't even got the show started. Look, they trying to hit me off with Toyota's national sale bid. They out on their mind. I'm charged for that, Toyota. I'm just like y'all. Black people, the only people who do free advertisement. Yeah, these Nikes. Yeah, these. What? Talk about none of y'all capitalist movements on my shit. Yeah. Ain't no time for that interview. I don't send my shit to no blogs. Fuck I look like. Bring your cleats. Penguin feet. See, sometimes that Oakland slang get too slick for y'all. I don't care. We just chilling. The best flow blow Eskimo family. Hey, see, you might be in the town and you might be talking to your slick partner and they be like, you got bars? And somebody say, what? Best flow blow Eskimo family. And you gonna say, huh? He gonna say penguin feet. You gonna be like, what? Where am I at? I'm in Oakland. The slang is way too tough. I don't even understand what they be talking about. I asked him, was the boy nice? He told me the best flow blow Eskimo. Brown Egypt in the building. The best flow blow Eskimo, family. You know what I'm talking about? That shit cold. Penguin feet.
The best flow blow Eskimo penguin feet. Don't need no blunt to burn. You run
the turf with 10 niggas on the block. That's a punt return. Ayo, Dolomite prototype soldier with the solar light. Saber and he hold it like he hold a mic. Golden ice pendants, sipping on that overpriced poltergeist spirits. Ripping at the open mic, spoke the nice lyrics like Mama moved mean overnight.
Golden motorbike.
Holding on some Tron shit, that nice neon kit is on it. The King's libation with exotic liqueur.
We starting the show soon.
Vibration like a Sada Shakur. A lot of decor, imported foreign threads, they ain't got at the store. Nubian Kush and black top pottery jaws. 39% THC, the quality pure. Old rappers try to spit, ain't hot as before. It's like I'm 5 flights above, bust the shots to the floor. Cats switch up their style when they ain't got it no more. Cause they gotta keep their product in stores to feed their kids. See what that weed did? The yes man agreeing on everything we said.
I smother the mic, love of my life,
Don't get sliced and beat
with the butt of the knife. Brother polite,
Say I'm animalistic cause I still be in the hood
with my hand on my biscuit.
The Hebrews think I'm cannibalistic. E5 divination, channel the mystic.
That's right.
Audio visionary, let's play poetical Pictionary. Picture me burning down your missionary. Yeah, then I send you religion.
Hey, good morning, Brazilian. Thanks for the contribution.
Invisible, independent, intrinsic shit. I'll bring it all to a
Ah.
with indivisible games. Charles Xavier, getting
in
in
your
your brain.
brain.
Mental anguish, a manifesting physical.
Respect to
pain.
you.
Wizard remains the dance in the chemical rain. Breathe slow, then I'm up out of this physical plane. Got military machinery that exercise, weaponized greenery. Shine at a jeopardize the scenery, son.
Bruh.
The beam 10 times your distance. Inclines be benching. Stop rising with no trend line resistance. The parabolic breakout. I'm F-16 with the aeronautic fake out.
Hey, I just thought about something though. I need to be the one to say that we be learning a lot from each other, man. Because ain't nobody else gonna say that shit. Everybody gonna act like they knew everything. That ain't really my style. In debate and in discourse and in our turmoil and in the struggle to prove that we right, even some people who never studied before started doing research. So look, y'all gotta just know my character really though. Y'all be thinking I'm tripping off. It's just not no disrespect to nobody. But it's similar to when I worked at the youth center. All the thing was in the back of my head was, they ain't getting in no trouble right now. No matter what your opinion is on anything we argued about, ain't nobody been in no physical jeopardy. Ain't nobody been in getting in trouble. No matter if you think Kemet was white, black, if you occupying your time doing this shit, you at least a step better than the motherfucker who just don't got nothing to do. It's half the time, that's what it be that gets you in trouble, not having nothing to do. Go out, spend time frivolously, and fuck it up. Thinking of some arbitrary stuff. So I be happy that it's brothers in America. I don't even care what side of the debate, because we gonna bang like we chilling, and we supposed to do that. Man, echo chambers is corny. I told y'all I don't like yes men. I don't surround myself by them. People can align themselves. That's different. But I ain't around no nigga who just agree just because it sounds like my voice is agreeable. I don't like that. That'll lead you right into danger. Yup. I learned that in high school. Them motherfuckers who just say yup just to be around. Yup. Then try to help you in your arguments to prove you right to get some brownie points from you when they really don't even know nothing about that shit. Do 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 do. Let me see. I be needing to hear some Supreme bars. Who got, they be giving me, I be listening to some people, they be gas. Like, I do like the fact that there's a lot of rappers out that's just raw. Like, these youngsters be spitting. Y'all remember when there wasn't no young rappers and they was all mumbling and shit for a minute? Them youngsters responded. Like, well, we got bars. We ain't all mumbling. That's hot. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't even notice. I didn't even put no particular title because I ain't got no particular motivation this morning. You feel me? I started to, I used to think it was a coincidence that Kamisha name was the High Row font. And I got this album. But after I said it to him in his face and he didn't say shit, that should be revealing to me. It ain't no nigga who don't do that. Dang, I gotta start watching my language because some of y'all soft. And y'all just be like, ooh, I'm so offended. But I'm saying though, now I really did, at first I just thought that was a coincidence. But then I start looking at stuff again, and so I just said it to the bruh. And after he jacked my style on Sonetta TV, man, everybody be letting people do obvious shit that you shouldn't let people do, man. Watch this. I don't even know how people let people do this shit. Shout out to Mika One for pointing it out to me. This dude on Sonetta doing my presentation, messing it all up. Oh my God. So I was like, are you serious right now? Let's find that show. Messing it all up. I don't remember what show that was though. Let me see. They got mad on the was Horace was born December 25th. Let me see. All right. No, this ain't it. That's one day ago. It must have been on the other channel. I probably won't be able to find it because it's too much hardcore looking. But I want to listen to something though. Cause I was crazy. Damn, maybe it was on House of Consciousness. Let me just say, on side of the page, search Kamisha. Oh no, it ain't on here for some reason. I don't know. It go from one day ago to 1 year ago. House of Consciousness. Search on here. Because it had me rolling. Is this it? 12 days ago. This might be it, man. I don't know how I would have popped in something that say something about Arabic speaking scholars though. Oh yeah, they beat this boy up. Look how fake this boy. Oh my God. This boy be getting the brakes beat off him by real people, bro. Listen to this dialogue. It's gonna make your stomach turn.
Bro, that's memory. That's not reading.
So this is a brother who just be fake teaching everything. All right, yeah, I'm ready to get that money with Garfield. I'm not tripping off the debate stuff. I'm gonna make him look clown. He gonna look like exactly who he is. I won't be, I won't be soft. He'll be humiliated. So let's go.
Arabic to speak. No, brother, that's recitation. What you just try to do, and you just try to freestyle again, brother. You freestyling now.
Hold on.
Listening to what I'm saying.
Before all this happened,
cool,
they was being so nice with this brother.
Brother was finished.
So nah, he said he wasn't.
Oh.
He said it's too.
Spoke a few.
Did it, and he made it up. He's
keep calming me down. You know.
Okay,
no, I'm not tearing you down. I just want some order. I want someone else to talk without you interjecting.
I can't find. I guess this ain't the same
this
show.
This is not your show.
Understandable.
Hey, bro, are you a totalitarian or something, bro? Authoritarian, bro?
Hold on, I'm trying to find this show. That stuff be comedy to me. I guess I ain't gonna find it. But it was about, I didn't know it was about, I didn't think it was this 3 Arabic speakers. So forget it. But I was like, bro, how you calling yourself the Hierophant? I'm like, he probably never heard that album. You know what I'm saying? But then I started thinking, hold on, that's the album where I was doing the Metal Netter rapping on. If you in the conscious community, you probably heard it. You feel me?
Yeah. New part-time that I'm Caparoo, I'm in a tap my try never cock count. Hotel. Never I buy a new session. My heart is happy. Never I buy a new session. That I write for God. Never I buy a new session. They say my heart is happy. And I praise God every day. To a new tefek. To honor the Caparoo my try. I'm in a tef, never cop him. Rena, M. Shanu, Pasa Rod, the Sue Biddy. He too witty, never menta. Caparoo, shooting at the root. To a Rasa, Jedi, Madu, Natan, the fair. Yeah, Jedi, Ray and Kim, the fair. Heard him, my mentor, Sayanasaru. Neb Key Ray, my Akaru. Directly to the center of the cipher of the soul. I don't really know how to say that though. It go Aria, Heru, Wet Wawet, Imasa, Imra, Harati, Ta Ankh, my Ankh Jet, Tuara, Neb Heru, Jedi, Ankh Caparoo, Tuara, M Jet, Ankh Wasaneb, Tuara, Neb, Gert, Newton, Geb, Tuara, M Dahudi, and my Saneb, Anouk Nefer, Earth Netta. Never I buy a new session. Say my heart is happy. Never I buy a new session. That I write for God. Never I buy a new session. They say my heart is happy. And I praise God every day. To a rock.
Nah, this ain't the video. This ain't the video. So then I start thinking, man, hold on, he might have had heard of that Hierophant. It's kind of like, it's kind of like if you've been studying what we studying, you probably heard of that. And then I seen you jack my presentation on Sonetta TV, this one. But the way he was doing it all wrong, when he got to this part, he couldn't even explain what he was trying to say. So then I actually, because when I have a suspicion, I'm going to have to take your word for it, even if I'm suspicious of you. Like if I say you got this from me and you say, no, I didn't. I got that from someplace else. I'm not the type that's going to insist or persist. I'm going to evaluate everything I got and how you responded. Man, I said exactly what I'm saying to y'all to the brother. He didn't even say nothing. So I was like, what? I was like, you got that from me. You call yourself Commission. I did that album in 2015 and you just bit my slide. He didn't even say nothing. So I said, oh, okay, yeah. Let me not even press that line because he bowed down. Yeah, it might be taken down. It's all good. I wasn't even tripping on that. I just got on that on the whim. Hip hop be helping me not have to talk so much. I'm just gonna let this Lady Bo verse play. Lady Bo.
Okay. We tired of talking about this shit, man. All this weak
My niggas really rap. East Oakland, California.
Show you niggas how to do this shit. So all you motherfuckers, man, we tired of talking about it. Y'all finna hear it. Here you go right here. My man Lenny Bo finna, you know what I'm saying? Give you motherfuckers that ism. Go.
Greetings and salutations, sick in the head and needing evaluations. But by reading the calculations, you can figure out I don't need your validations. I'm a parasite, turning up the Fahrenheit, stepping on your toes, but I do it in the rarest nights. Romantic ass rappers, they need to get a room. I murder them all and tell them to get a tune. Give me some shrooms and I hallucinate. I tell a skinny girl she really needs to lose some weight. Then when she runs to the john and start throwing up, that's when I feel like her self-esteem's low enough to commence the mind fucking. Then all of a sudden she doesn't mind sucking. I mash a potato until the gravy's low. I left the sun on the floor like don't taste me, bro.
Ah, shit. It ain't got ugly like I was saying, man. You know what I'm saying?
DJ LaRock, what's up, what?
You know, I mean, what y'all doing? I mean, it's really nothing. I mean, y'all thought it was something, but it really wasn't. The name is Lenny Bo. We got more to come. That was enough. You know what I'm saying? Anything else?
Yeah, that's Lenny Bo.
The name is Lenny Bo. Go.
So yeah, we be trying to help in all regards. That's my man Israel right there, boy. Go on and let him rock that for a minute. We keep the hottest top one shit. Top of the line hip hop.
Money, power, and bitches the model. Colossal thoughts translated while off a bottle. Rhymes is mandated. I'm the opposite of hollow. Bitches contaminated. I'm a hard act to follow. Plus these niggas be faking. Shaking suckers unrelated to real. I bust that. Get killed and bust back. Fake shit, fuck that. Little niggas, man, they ain't just to prove shit. Tired of the ancient, introduce shit to new shit. Tired of the complaining dudes sounding foolish. Who this raised in the town right off Coolidge? Niggas way up out of bounds, I stay in the flats. Never said Diddy, I shop and cop pot in the city. I'm all for peace and self-betterment. You can try to school them, you can't tell them shit. No, it ain't cool to be intelligent. Stay dumb, whatever you do, just be relevant.
That's what they think.
Peace and self-betterment. You can try to school them, you can't tell them shit. No, it ain't
That's
cool
hot.
to be intelligent. Stay dumb, whatever you do, just be relevant. Fake niggas come a dime a dozen, more like 9 out of 10. Talking about they keeping it real, them niggas lying again. Motherfuckers catching felonies, supplying a pen. Missing out on what you supposed to get, relying on friends. Niggas fucking with weenies, I got no time for the lame. Dudes acting confused and can't find them a lane. Coming weak, I just refuse. These niggas done lit the fuse. Touch the mic and get abused. You niggas itching to lose. Disobey what I say, I start forgetting the rules. No sweat, the vocals wet like if you sit in the pool. Fuck swag, bitches like me, what I'm saying is cool. No talk, I bust a move, I never say what I do. Highly intelligent, so I don't go dummy. Dig it, I like my women thicker than money. I ride and fuck with it and die behind money and lies. No alibis for murderous rhymes. I'm all for peace and self-betterment. You can try to...
That slap. Stephen King on the beat. That was a nice little clapper. You know, I'm all for peace and self-better, man. Try to teach, you can't tell them shit. Whatever he said. That was hot. But yeah, I'm just chilling in the building. Early morning yawning. I ain't ready to open up no chat because I might bust into some studies. But But I ain't had that vibe though yet. Just rock the vibes out. But yeah, like I was saying though, like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like being like, you know, I still be thinking about big ass ocean liners and stuff. Rail shot you the numb last week, so that's cool. Tell him I said what's up. Oh yeah, whatever. Let me see. I ain't on no music. Where we going? To the TLA? Look through hella words? Oh no. Yeah, but it was easy to see the metal nature had been deciphered. Anybody could see. There was also another trilingual inscription that people be tripping off. What is it? The obelisk. What? Is it the obelisk of Philae? Philae obelisk. Now, if we think about this, what we're going to learn is there are two inscriptions, a hieroglyphic text on the shaft and a Greek text on the base. Like that House of Consciousness, all right. Somebody said, this is another Tekhen obelisk that was used to help decipher the hieroglyphs. Because it had, again, more than one languages on it. You said ChatGPT could log into the TLA? Are you saying that might be something, but I don't know nothing about that. House of Consciousness? All right, hold up. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The House of Consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rapper slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan terror about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The House of Consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor y'all claim woke, but you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's Taharka Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy, you loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scoping the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar School. That shit cool. Santan, thanks for the contribution. Going out lazy, bro. Appreciate that, bro. But the homie just played me, bro. The House of Consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask Divine or Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. A Ujahu, a Saw Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmett teachings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. You cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a madjai orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'm a worker, cause I ain't going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro. That's clap. All right. That obelisk, somebody said what it said on it. I think it was just another decree or something to one of the Ptolemies. But it was more about some of the names that we found on there that Thomas Young, to the left, was actually able to decipher before Champollion. And Champollion looked at his work and had an aha moment and came up with the next series of glyphs. All right, so they was just it was like you had puzzle pieces and was putting them together. You know. Oh yeah, we got to start with the audio mixes. Let's see if we could get a lecture with a beat under it. I got a good lecture. I was looking for this one yesterday. Let me see. University. I'm just gonna say. I don't know why I can't find this old video I used to be looking for. I should have saved it. Oh yeah, here we go. Oh no, that ain't it, but forget it. I like Jeremy Pope so much. Because when you put him to the beat, he sound like he busting. Let me see.
Was identified Melucha specifically.
Let's let him talk about this for a minute.
Amos.
His stance is Cushites in the Hebrew Bible, but he's gonna say a lot of good things. So let's listen. Let me find the beat.
Israel, says the prophet, is no more to me than that far distant, uncivilized, and despised black race of Ethiopians. No reference is made to their Hamitic origin or their black skin. And yet their color and the fact that slaves were so often drawn from them added to the grounds for despising them. In his view of the Amos text, James Mays writes, on the evidence, one can say no more than that the Cushites were a distant, different folk, whom the Israelites knew mostly as slaves. You are to me, says Yahweh, as these Cushites are to you. What the comparison does is to humiliate Israel completely, to reduce them to the role in Yahweh's order of things, which the Cushites played in their own society. The implication from Harper and Mays is clear. Negroes in ancient Israel were associated with slavery in as much as they are in modern society. Numerous other examples of this type could be provided, because the view that Cushites were known to the Israelites mainly as slaves, despised for their race and color, distant, insignificant, or unknown, prevail in biblical scholarship well into the 21st century. Not only so, but scholars for a long time misidentified ancient Nubia with present-day Ethiopia or even present-day Libya, attesting to the lack of serious investigations into the ancient Cushites. And until quite recently, it was routine for Cush to be excluded from maps of the biblical world and even dictionaries dealing with biblical peoples. To be fair, more recent commentaries generally take a more moderated and even positive view of the Cushites in passages like Amos 9:7. But older views are still very much influential because the bulk of these older commentaries remain on library shelves today. Thus, the trope of the servile African was, and still is to a good degree, characteristic of biblical interpretations involving Cushites. This, of course, was true of a number of other disciplines, including those disciplines concerned with the study of the Nile Valley. Biblical scholarship had essentially uncritically accepted many of the interpretations coming out of Egyptology and correspondingly reflected much of the biases inherent in an earlier generation of Egyptological studies. Fortunately, a new group of scholars, as this lecture series attests, are contributing to the dismantling of many of these older, essentially racist views. A number of African American and African scholars have also done valuable work in helping to correct distorted perceptions of Cushites in biblical studies. Among the foremost, Charles B. Cofer stands as a pioneer. Others, such as the African scholar Tuesday Adamo and the African American scholar Rodney Sadler, have all made valiant contributions. My goal today is to explore both the theological and historical dimensions of Cushite representation in the Hebrew Bible, drawing upon a select few texts. Cushian-related terms occur about 56 times in the Hebrew Bible, 62 if we consider the occurrence of the root Cush in certain compound names. While the majority of these references denote ancient Nubia, the Hebrew Bible is also conscious of an eastern provenance for Cush. This is most clearly shown in the genealogy of Genesis 10, with Nimrod, the descendant of Cush. According to the text, Cush fathered Nimrod. He was the first to be a mighty warrior on the earth. He was a mighty hunter before Yahweh. Wherefore it is said, like Nimrod, the mighty hunter before Yahweh. The beginning of his kingdom was Babel, Erech, and Akkad in the land of Shinar. From that land he went into Assyria. He built Nineveh, the city of Rehoboth, and Kala and Rezin between Nineveh and Kala. That is the great city. Scholars have had a difficult time situating Nimrod because without a doubt, his provenance is Mesopotamian. Nimrod is associated with Mesopotamian place names such as Babylon, Uruk, and Akkad, with Assyrian cities like Nineveh and Kala. These toponyms are located, of course, in present-day Iraq, clearly east of Israel. From the picture in the Hebrew Bible, Cushites under Nimrod have a formative role in the post-Diluvian world. Nimrod is the post-Diluvian father of kingship, urbanization, militarism, and empire. He's the first post-flood king, the founder, as it were, of Mesopotamian civilization, and the first empire builder. Nimrod is also said by the text to be a mighty hunter, again emphasizing his physical prowess. There's an old tradition of great hunters in Mesopotamian sources. From the Old Babylonian to the Neo-Assyrian period, numerous depictions of valiant warriors engaged in the hunt are found in seals, reliefs, and in texts. Such depictions may attest to a long-standing tradition of associating legendary heroes with hunting, lending credibility to the Hebrew Bible's depiction of a great Eastern hunter warrior king. Since Nubian Kush is the focus of this talk, I will digress only very briefly to suggest that there's plausible evidence to support the Hebrew Bible's view of an Eastern provenance for Cush. In the 2020 volume, I argue at length that the tradition of an Eastern Ethiopia or India in classical sources and the land of Meluha in Old Babylonian sources lend credibility to the Hebrew Bible's Nimrod Cushite tradition. There is a land appearing in Old Babylonian sources from about the middle of the 3rd millennium BC called Meluha. Meluha is also called the Black Land in several sources. I'll just give one example here. In the Curse of Agade, an Old Babylonian text extolling Naram's sin of Agade, the following is observed of the inhabitants of Meluha. The Meluhites, the men of the Black Land, brought exotic wares down to him, that is, to Naram's sin. From the totality of the evidence, scholars suggest an Eastern provenance for Meluha in the 3rd millennium BC. While many scholars identified Meluha specifically with the Harappan culture of the Indus Valley, others envision a much wider geographic area for Meluha, from Elam all the way into the Indus Valley. I.G. Gelb, for example, says 4 pieces of evidence based on conquests place Meluha close to Mesopotamia, specifically in Iran, east of Elam and Ansab. The evidence concerning the lapis lazuli, the sisu tree, and the black people of Meluha corresponding to the Ethiops of classical times, placed Meluha between Iran and Afghanistan. The farthest extent of Meluha in India is indicated by the imports. Again, time does not permit us to explore further evidence regarding this eastern land of Meluha. But I point to Meluha in Old Babylonian sources because there is also another Meluha, a western Meluha, specifically Nubia, mentioned in the sources from the middle of the 2nd millennium BC. In the Amarna letters, for example, which date from the 14th century, Meluha clearly refers to Nubia, over which the Egyptian pharaoh exercised control. Likewise, in the 1st millennium BC, Neo-Assyrian kings used Meluha and Cush interchangeably to refer to Nubia. For example, according to Ashurbanipal, on my first campaign I marched to Makan and Meluha. For a second time I took the direct road to Egypt and Cush. Esarhaddon as well, in his annals, refers to the Black Meluhans of Cush. Thus, two lands known as Meluha identified in ancient Near Eastern sources, one in the east, the other in the west, both associated with Black peoples. This tradition is also ubiquitous in classical sources, from Homer, who said the Ethiopians dwelt sundered in twain, the farthest of men, some beyond the setting sun, others beyond the rising sun, to Herodotus, who writes, the Ethiopians above Egypt and the Arabians had Arsames for commander, while the Ethiopians of the east, for there were two kinds of them in the army, in Xerxes' army, served with the Indians. They were not different in appearance from the others, only in speech and hair. The Ethiopians from the east are straight-haired, but the ones from Libya, Africa, have the woolliest hair of all men. Notably, Herodotus identifies two groups of people, similar in appearance, except for their hair and speech, one eastern, the other western. A long tradition identifying Ethiopians with Indians and vice versa extends from classical times even into the modern period. In summary, classical ancient Near Eastern sources and the Hebrew Bible are conscious of a tradition of two lands, east and west, both associated with Black peoples. Thus, the Nimrod tradition of the Hebrew Bible may plausibly embody historical memory of an archetypical personage, a warrior king from the east, known for his great feats.
That was cool. Let me see if I can find this video, man. Dot. A+ beats, I think. Or Opio. Let me see. Man, I can't find that old video. Oh, was this it? No, this wasn't it. Alright, cool. I ain't even tripping. Let me see. Out of all videos, I thought I would have made a clip out of that one. Oh, I know I did make one clip out of it. It was about the about that tea. So where is it at? I thought I did, but they're not letting me get that off. All right, let's find the lecture for this beat right here. I'll be listening to the same ones because cats don't be hearing them. So when you ignore stuff, it make people play it over and over.
Landscape.
This is a good presentation.
His name was Taharko, and he was so pleased with the soldier's performance that he commissioned this hieroglyphic inscription to commemorate the event. Toward the end of today's lecture, we will return to this stela to examine the details of the evening run that it describes. But right now, I want to draw your attention to the author's poetic imagery. He wrote of the troops' arrival that it was like the coming of the winds. This does not seem to have been part of the stock phraseology of Egyptian royal inscriptions. But his chosen simile
would likely have resonated with the Kushite and Egyptian soldiers themselves. Powerful winds were a recurrent feature of life in ancient Northeast Africa, and they continue to be so to this day. Just last year, a massive haboob blew into the Sudanese capital of Khartoum. Anyone who witnessed the coming of that wind can readily attest that winds can be disorienting and arrive with unexpected speed. Like an effective army, a wind can cause a force of men to change course, change plans, or even retreat. And the aftermath of a powerful wind is often profound and enduring. So Taharko's scribe chose a very apt simile. However, as an historian with the benefit of hindsight, it seems to me that this simile was even more appropriate than the scribe himself intended. Because, in addition to being fast, unexpected, disorienting, and impactful, winds are frequently also evanescent, leaving just as quickly as they came. The impact of a strong wind often outlives its presence, leaving only witness testimony as surviving proof of its role. This, too, is an apt description of the armies commanded by the Kushite kings during the 8th and 7th centuries BC. When Kushite armies first swept into Lower Egypt, they extracted oaths of fealty and then withdrew as quickly as they had come, leaving no permanent military presence there in the Delta. In fact, the Kushite king left Egypt altogether. He had effectively established a new political formation, known to historians as the Double Kingdom of Kush and Egypt. But the ties that bound those two countries together were initially more diplomatic than coercive. Nearly a decade would pass before his royal successor would return, first to Upper Egypt, and then, with a flurry of violence, into Lower Egypt. Here, the Kushite royal house would remain as Egypt's 25th dynasty, but only for the next 50 years, after which the invading Assyrians ultimately forced the Kushites to withdraw from Egyptian soil. The Double Kingdom's military engagements with the Near East appear to have been even more ephemeral. Attempts to posit a Kushite and Egyptian military garrison at Lachish have been inconclusive. And we know of the Double Kingdom's military intervention in that region only from Near Eastern sources. In fact, our only truly contemporaneous documentation of the Double Kingdom's activity abroad comes from the testimony of their enemies, the Neo-Assyrians. For each of the years listed here, the Assyrians claimed to have engaged with the armies of Egypt, often specifying the involvement of troops from Kush. In fact, one of these encounters was set on the plain of El-Teka, not far from Lachish and Jerusalem. Yet not a single one of these events or their Near Eastern participants are explicitly mentioned in the entire corpus of surviving Kushite royal inscriptions, whether in Egypt or in Kush during the reigns of the 25th dynasty or those of its descendants. When addressing conflicts in the Near East, the surviving records of the Double Kingdom provide only bombast, like this scarab, which alludes vaguely to a Kushite victory over enemies who are described only as sand dwellers. The Kushite and Egyptian inscriptions' apparent silence on events in the Near East would be less remarkable if the available corpus of records from the 25th dynasty were small or were generally uninformative about military engagements or other historical events and personages. But this is decidedly not the case. The era of Kushite rule in Egypt yields several royal inscriptions, and these include some of the most lengthy and detailed accounts of domestic affairs ever to be composed in the ancient Egyptian language. The example that you see here, the great triumphal stela of the Kushite king Pianki, was hailed by Egyptologist Miriam Lichtheim as the foremost historical document of Egypt's late period. But it does not speak of the Double Kingdom's engagements with Assyria or Judah. We will return to this text later in the hour to mine it for details about the military's armament and strategy. But it does not provide testimony for those armies' interventions in the Near East. The Double Kingdom's pictorial record of military action has proven even more evanescent. The loose block that you see here was recently discovered within the Temple of Amun at Jebel Barkal, near the Kushite city of Napata. And the excavator has dated it to the early years of the 25th dynasty. The relief carving shows a welter of feet and one hand, reminiscent of New Kingdom battle scenes, in which the defeated enemy is depicted in a chaotic melee. But the rest of the scene has not survived, in large part because the temple itself is in an utterly ruinous condition. Its soft, friable Nubian sandstone scoured by millennia of blowing winds. As a result, we have from the Double Kingdom no extensive war scenes. In their absence, military historians instead pore over 19th century hand copies of scenes that have long since disappeared. The scene that you see in triplicate copy here derived from that same Kushite temple of Amun at Jebel Barkal. In a context.
Good presentation, giving us game on the Kushites. He say a lot in this. That's slap. That's why I be loving to play plea beats. It's either plea or oat, but that sounds like plea right there. Solange Ashby.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. We would like to start with to
introduce just press.
Oh, we want to get down to it.
Museum for hosting this really important lecture series to bring a greater understanding of this amazing ancient culture and still living culture of Nubia.
She came in spitting to that beat.
This lecture is based on my paper published in the online journal called Dotawo, a journal of Nubian studies. Volume 5, published in 2018, was dedicated to the Nubian woman and edited by Dr. Ann Jennings, an American anthropologist whose book Nubian Women of West Aswan, Negotiating Tradition and Change, was prominent in my early reading on Nubia. This article focused on the long history of Nubian women as depicted in Egyptian art. In this talk, I will examine intermittent but regular appearances of chocolate-skinned women among the depictions of dancers of Hathor in Egyptian tomb and temple scenes. Although these women are referred to in temple texts and visual depictions throughout Egyptian pharaonic history, today I will focus on the priestesses of Hathor in Egypt's Middle Kingdom, roughly 2000 to 1600 BCE. I will explore themes such as the scholarly debate about the ethnicity of these women. I want to make explicit at the outset that I do not view these Nubian women whom I discuss to be foreigners in Egypt. Nubians and Egyptians have been living, working, and intermarrying for the entirety of their shared history. Thus, it should come as no surprise that Nubian women were depicted as central participants in the religious rites of a goddess who is so deeply associated with Nubia, a land that the Egyptians called Ta Seti. I will begin by introducing the goddess Hathor and her priestesses, highlighting the roles and often royal status of these women during Egypt's Old Kingdom. I will then discuss 6 women who were queens of the Middle Kingdom pharaoh Mentuhotep II. They are the focus of this lecture. After describing their funerary goods and the titles they held, I will briefly describe the ritual landscape of the area around the funerary monument of Mentuhotep II, its associations with the goddess Hathor, who was worshipped in 2 temples located to the north and south of the king's burial. I will then discuss the votive offerings dedicated to the goddess, 2 tattooed women found buried nearby, and additional grave goods from the area that allude to the prominent worship of the goddess Hathor and a Nubian presence in the region. I will describe a contemporaneous Nubian population referred to as the C group in order to draw parallels between their traditional female attire and the regalia associated with priestesses of Hathor. Finally, Egyptian textual sources from the New Kingdom and Ptolemaic period record the name of a sacred dance called Keskes, associated with Nubian worshippers of the goddess Hathor as the chief protagonist of the myth of the distant goddess. I will present one such source, a temple hymn from the Ptolemaic period. Hathor, the goddess of love, music, dance, childbirth, sexuality, and divine drunkenness, is one of the oldest goddesses worshipped in pharaonic Egypt. She's often portrayed as a cow or a cow-headed woman, or even a woman with cow ears. The name Hathor is actually a Greek rendering of the Egyptian name Hut-Her, meaning the temple or enclosure of Horus. You can see the writing of her name in the center of this hieroglyphic text. In the mythical realm, Hathor is partner to Horus, who is manifest in the king of Egypt. This inscription links the goddess with Thebes, the southern capital of Egypt. It reads from right to left, Anubis, lord of the sacred land, Hathor, mistress or ruler of Thebes.
Y'all have to see that? Well, let's go back. She just did the English, but she was starting from right to left, right? And she said Anpu right here. And she said Anubis in English. Then she said Neb. But this is going to be Tawi, our Lord of the Lands. This is like Holy Land, Jasher. Did she say Holy Land? Let's go back.
Egypt.
Let's see if she say Holy Land.
Such source is one of the oldest goddesses worshipped in pharaonic Egypt. She's often portrayed as a cow or a cow-headed woman, or even a woman with cow ears. The name Hathor is actually a Greek rendering of the Egyptian name Hut-Her, meaning the temple or enclosure of Horus. You can see the writing of her name in the center of this hieroglyphic text. In the mythical realm, Hathor is partner to Horus, who is manifest in the king of Egypt. This inscription links the goddess with Thebes, the southern capital of Egypt. It reads from right to left, Anubis, lord of the sacred land.
Yeah, she says sacred
Hathor,
land.
mistress or ruler of Thebes. Hathor was honored with many epithets. The beautiful one. Gifted bronze mirrors, the goddess is most pleased when her beauty is reflected back to her. The gold. She was associated with gold-producing regions of Egypt's eastern desert and Nubia. Mistress of foreign lands. She She was worshipped in Nubia and in the Sinai, land outside of Egypt proper. Lady of the Vulva, an explicit reference to Hathor's association with sacred sexuality and recognition of honor given to women for the ability of their bodies to bring forth life. Lady of Turquoise, Hathor is associated with the turquoise mining regions in the Sinai Peninsula. Lady of Intoxication, this makes reference to the consumption of beer.
I play too much of it, they're gonna get hot at me.
In the rites performed for Hathor, but also alludes to the divine drunkenness attained by those who participated in nocturnal rites performed for the goddess, who comes from Ta Seti. In many hieroglyphic texts, the goddess is said to have come to Egypt from Ta Seti, an Egyptian name for Nubia, which means the land of the bow, and thus makes reference to the preferred weapon of Nubia. Hathor's association with the land of Nubia is elucidated in a myth called the Tale of the Sun's Eye, or the Return of the Distant Goddess, to which I will return later. I will suggest that traditional forms of ritual music and dance, a central element in the religious practice of Nubians, were incorporated into Egyptian rites performed for the goddess Hathor, whose origin in Nubia and journey to Egypt would have been celebrated appropriately with Nubian music and dance. A type of dance called the Keskes dance, attributed to Nubians in Egyptian hieroglyphic texts, was incorporated into Egyptian rites performed for Hathor during the Middle Kingdom, when Egypt colonized Nubia and came into intense contact with the Sea Group people living there. For those of you unfamiliar with Egypt's long dynastic history, this table lists the canonical divisions of Egyptian history into kingdoms, Old, Middle, and New, each of which is made up of a number of dynasties. While the first priestesses of Hathor appear during the Old Kingdom, the women whom I will discuss lived during the Middle Kingdom. Before turning to their story, let's take a moment to explore the first attestations of the goddess Hathor and her priestesses in the Old Kingdom, which consist of the 3rd to the 6th dynasties. The earliest priestesses of Hathor are attested in the mid-4th dynasty of the Egyptian Old Kingdom and reached an apogee under the 5th dynasty. The title Priestess of Hathor appears suddenly in the mid-4th dynasty. It is held by Nefer-hetepes, daughter of King Rajedef. Her complete title is Priestess of Hathor, Mistress of the Sycamore. More than 400 priestesses of Hathor are attested, as well as priestesses of other deities. I'd like to quote from Robin Gillum, who wrote a brief history of the priestesses of Hathor in her 1995 article in the Journal of the American Research Center in Egypt. Quote, during the Old Kingdom in particular, women's role in the central cult was matched by greater participation in positions of authority than in later periods of Egyptian history. From the middle of the 5th dynasty onwards, we also find them holding titles in connection with music, singing, and dancing, end quote. The role of Hemet Necher, that is priestess, was to feed and clothe a temple's divine statue daily. Gillum notes the presence of Hathor priestesses in Techna, where Hathor is called Mistress of the Valley Mouth, and Kusai, both of which were important Old Kingdom sites located in Middle Egypt. During the Mid-Old Kingdom, we have also the first appearance of the Kenner troupe, a group of primarily female musicians and dancers in the service of the goddess Hathor. The 4th dynasty king Menkaure commissioned several monuments in which he was depicted with Hathor. We see the king striding hand in hand with the goddess and the deified nome, as the districts of Egypt are called, of Cyanopolis on the left of your screen, and standing next to the seated goddess with the deified hair nome on the right. Both monuments seek to associate the king with Hathor. In each case, the king wears the white crown of Upper Egypt, this elongated, tall crown, associating him with the south, just as his predecessor, Khafre, had in the Valley Temple associated with his pyramid at Giza. There, the king was, quote unquote, beloved of Hathor on the southern door jamb and, quote unquote, beloved of Bastet on the northern door jamb, alluding to a geographical sphere of influence for each goddess, Bastet to the north and Hathor to the south. In the 11th dynasty, now moving into the Middle Kingdom, we see a continued association of priestesses of Hathor with women of the royal family. 6 women associated with King Mentuhotep II are designated as priestesses of Hathor. They also carry the royal titles King's Wife and Sole Ornament of the King. The women's names were Kawit, Ashayet, Henhanit, Kemsit, Sadeh, and Mayet or Tamayet. Each woman was buried in an individual shrine located along the rear ambulatory of Mentuhotep II's funerary monument in Deir el-Bakri. Unfortunately, almost nothing of the monument survives. The women's burials were excavated by Herbert Winlock of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York early in the 20th century. Many of the Queen's funerary objects can be found on display in the Met, which has several rooms dedicated to them. The large stone sarcophagus of Henhanit is on display in one of those galleries. Regarding the ethnicity of these women, Winlock, the excavator, confirms Derry's earlier description of the 6 women as Nubian. And he writes of them dismissively as, quote unquote, dancing girls of Neb-Hepet-Re, the throne name of Mentuhotep II. And I quote Winlock here. Derry had already noticed that the features of the tattooed dancing girls buried in the Neb-Hepet-Re temple showed marked Nubian traits, and that Nubian blood had probably flowed through the veins even of such ladies of the king's harem as Ashayet and Henhanit. Furthermore, the pictures of Ashayet on her sarcophagus give her a rich chocolate Nubian complexion, and her companion Kemsit was painted on hers an actual ebony black, just like these little figures, end quote. While Pinch, Geraldine Pinch, a scholar who has written about votive offerings to Hathor.
She said just like these little figures, but I think that she thinks we're on a different slide. But notice she pointed out, because people tried to say that, oh, they weren't called Kim or whatever, but her name is Kim C, and she said she was painted ebony black.
Through the veins, even of such ladies of the king's harem as Ashayet and Henhanit. Furthermore, the pictures of Ashayet on her sarcophagus give her a rich chocolate Nubian complexion, and her companion Kemsit was painted on hers an actual ebony black, just like these little figures, end quote. While Pinch, Geraldine Pinch, a scholar who has written about votive offerings to Hathor, notes that the figurines found in Mentuhotep II's funerary complex bear markings paralleled on contemporaneous Nubian C group figurines. Pinch refers to the mummies of the priestesses of Hathor described above to declare that neither the figurines nor the priestesses were Nubian women, and I quote Pinch. This need not mean that the Egyptian figurines represent Nubians, since 3 11th dynasty mummies of light-skinned women with tattoos on their thighs, stomachs, and shoulders were recovered from the precincts of Ak-Isut, the Egyptian name for the funerary complex of Mentuhotep II, end quote. A more balanced interpretation of the possible ethnicity of these women is found in Ellen Morris's discussion of Middle Kingdom paddle dolls, who she suggests, quote, were representations of specific living women, namely late Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom Kenner dancers of Hathor at Deir el-Bakri, end quote. Morris goes on to say, quote, the visibility of Nubian styles in the court of Neb-Hapet-Re has been much discussed, and this co-occurrence of bodily decoration in the Theban court and in Nubia need not be a coincidence, end quote. So this is an open bay on the west bank at the site of Thebes in southern Egypt, the capital both for the 11th dynasty and then for the 18th dynasty. And so we see here the well-known funerary monument of the 18th dynasty queen who ruled as pharaoh, Hatshepsut. And then you'll see this sort of sad empty space off to the left. This is where the funerary monument of Mentuhotep II used to stand. Here is an artist's sketch of both monuments from above. We can see the monument of Hatshepsut on the right, and then the artist imagining of what the earlier funerary monument of Mentuhotep II might have looked like. It's interesting to note that this is the 11th dynasty, so dated to about 2000 BCE, while that of Hatshepsut is from about 500 years later in the 18th dynasty. So she's very much paying homage to her ancestor, Mentuhotep II. The priestesses' shrines were aligned along the back area of an ambulatory on the podium of the king's complex, while immediately to the north lay an ancient grotto in which the goddess Hathor had been worshipped. In later times, a temple to Hathor was built at this site, both by Hatshepsut and her successor, Thutmose III. In pit burials, 23 and 26, as numbered in Winlock's excavation reports, to the east of the grotto, 2 tattooed women were found buried in pit graves. So this is the sarcophagus, or a painting of a sarcophagus of one of those priestesses of Hathor and queen of Mentuhotep II. This watercolor facsimile of the exterior of Ashayet's sarcophagus, now in Cairo, depicts Ashayet as a brown-skinned woman sitting before her shrine, smelling a lotus blossom associated with rebirth and receiving funerary offerings. Julian Cooper has recently written about the name of one of the 2 dark-skinned women on the right. He suggests that the woman's name, preserved in hieratic script above her image, can be identified as derived from a Cushitic language, ancestral to Beja, now spoken in the eastern desert of Egypt and Nubia. The label identifies her as the Medjai lady Mekhenet, depicted on the far right. To quote Cooper from his recently published article in the online UCLA Encyclopedia of Egyptology, quote, the name Mekhenet perfectly matches the Cushitic lexical root keken, so K-N, meaning to love, known in Beja, Saho Afar, so spoken in Ethiopia, and Somali, with the common Afro-Asiatic nominalizing M prefix appended to the root, end quote. I'd like to also just point out that this Beja or Medjai lady has a basket carrying case, and you can see the handle of an up-ended mirror in that case. So yet another reference to the worship of the goddess Hathor. Here we see Kawit as depicted on her stone sarcophagus, having her hair fixed, holding a mirror, and being offered a drink, all ritual actions associated with the celebration of the goddess Hathor. And you can see the handle of the mirror looks very similar to that one in the previous image from the sarcophagus of Ashayet. One of 3 tattooed women found buried near the funerary complex of Mentuhotep II, Amunet held the titles Sole Royal Ornament and Priestess of Hathor. A sketch of her tattoos shows that they are meant to emphasize the erogenous zones of her stomach and pelvic region. Some of these markings were cicatrices, raised scarification, in addition to the tattoos that decorated her body. And I'd like to say you might notice that I'm switching back and forth between 2 or 3 mummified women with tattoos. And that's because the knowledge of where Amunet's original place of burial has been lost in the more or less 100 years since it was excavated. So we're not quite sure if she was buried in the funerary monument of Mentuhotep II or slightly north of it in the pits near where these other 2 women were excavated. So on the right, a sketch of the mummified remains of 2 other tattooed women found in pit burials to the north in the north courtyard show this diamond-shaped tattooing on the breast, down an arm, and on her thighs. Tattooed women preserved as mummies from the 11th dynasty funerary monument of Mentuhotep II at Deir el-Bahri bore designs otherwise found only on contemporaneous C group women of Lower Nubia. The diamond-shaped tattoos are similar to those characteristic of C group Nubian pottery, which continue a decorative pattern visible in earlier A group pottery and on female figurines from Nubian prehistory. So this pattern is very long-lived. The attire of Egyptian priestesses of Hathor exhibits many similarities with that of C group Nubian women. So cowrie shell belts, you can see that on these figurines here and on this young woman sketched from, I think the date is 1820. These crossed bead necklaces that we also see on the figurines, see those in C group women, and colorful worked leather skirts. These brightly patterned skirts of worked leather were found buried with high status women in the royal city of Kerma, so far south of the area under discussion today, as well as in the C group cemetery at Hierakonpolis in Egypt. In many instances, C group women's grave goods included bronze mirrors and sistra, so these sacred rattles sacred to the goddess Hathor. Both of these were cultic instruments related to the worship of Hathor. How might the typical attire of C group women have come to be incorporated into the regalia of priestesses of Hathor? The myth of the distant goddess might offer a clue. In the Ptolemaic period temple, so now quite a bit later, about 330 to 30 BCE, this temple dedicated to the god Montu at Medamud, located just north of the Great Temple of Karnak, contains hieroglyphic text of a hymn dedicated to Hathor, and describes the dancing Nubians who accompanied the goddess on her return from Nubia in her manifestation as Tefnut, the Eye of Re. And so I've just included some images here from the Temple of Philae, where we see this lion-headed goddess, that's Tefnut, with a very large solar disk on her head to represent her father Re, the sun god, and then in front of her, the god Shu, who is leading her back to Egypt. The myth or legend of the sun's eye is preserved in 11 different Egyptian demotic texts dated to the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the Common Era.
Hold up, because she already was just breaking us off something proper. I just wasn't stopping it. And I ain't going to play it all the way through. You could go to her video and see. But I do want to see this next slide. So
and banquet scenes for millennia. Sea group women participated in the worship of Hathor by engaging in traditional Nubian dances, which were viewed by the Egyptians as exotic and erotic. A close examination of Egyptian depictions of Nubian women dancing reveals the characteristics of the woman's dance and provides the Egyptian name for their style of dance. The Keskes dance was acrobatic, involving leaps and flips. The women performed wearing leather skirts, cowrie shell girdles, and bore tattoos on their breasts, abdomens, and thighs.
but
And
they
I
wasn't
should
black, though.
say that these images I'm using simply to depict, to show how dance was depicted in ancient Egypt. These were not necessarily Nubian women that I'm showing here, although they might have been. This beautiful jewelry belonged to the 12th dynasty Princess Sit Hathor Unet, whose name means daughter of Hathor of Dendera. She was probably in life the daughter of the Egyptian king Senwosret II, because her burial is incorporated into his funerary complex in Lahoun in the Fayum, so in northern Egypt. Sit Hathor Unet's jewelry contains the motifs that we have seen associated with Nubian worship of the goddess Hathor. Cowrie shells now formed from gold and silver. The ostrich feather of the god Shu, shown here in silver, one of the two gods tasked with retrieving Hathor from Nubia, as well as leopard's claws, perhaps a reference to the goddess Tefnut, the form taken by Hathor as she raged in the deserts of Nubia before returning to Egypt. The prophecy of Nefertiti foretells the coming of a savior king, Ameni, likely a reference to Amenemhat, founder of the 12th dynasty. And I quote from that Egyptian literary text. But then there shall come a king from the south. His name will be Ameni, justified. He will be the son of a woman of Taseti, an offspring of the royal house of Nechen. He shall receive the white crown. He shall wear the red crown.
Now look, everybody always tell y'all, hold on, let me turn my mic down. Give me some silence for a minute. Mic check. All right, look, everybody always tell y'all that they say in every time they looking for some help or a savior, they say a king gonna come from the south. It ain't no ancient Egyptian time of turmoil where they say, do not worry, a king will come from the north. A king coming from the north is lightweight frightening to them. But let's listen.
And I quote from that Egyptian literary text. But then there shall come a king from the south. His name will be Ameni, justified. He will be the son of a woman of Taseti, an offspring of the royal house of Nechen. He shall receive the white crown. He shall wear the red crown. He shall unite the two powers, end quote. And I thank Dr. Salim Faraji for bringing this Egyptian literary reference to a woman of Ta-Seti to my attention. Amenemhat asserts his legitimacy by claiming descent from a woman of Nubia, Ta-Seti, and by proclaiming himself an offspring of the royal house of Nekhen, also known as Hierakonpolis. Not coincidentally, there was an early Nubian presence at Hierakonpolis. The discovery of the preserved remains of tattooed Nubian women in cemetery HK 27C is quite relevant to this talk. Why does Amenemhat claim for himself descent from Nubia and Nekhen, a very important city in the pre-dynastic period? I would like to suggest that these Nubian priestesses from the cult of Hathor served to legitimize their son to rule as king of Egypt. Mentuhotep II, married to Nubian priestesses of Hathor, also claims legitimacy to rule Egypt by stating that he is a son of Hathor. A stela, shown here on the right, depicts the king suckling at the udders of the goddess Hathor in her cow form. So you can just see his head underneath the cow at this point of break in the stela. The upper part of a round-topped limestone stela depicts the Hathor cow suckling the figure of the king. Only his head is visible. Another royal figure stands beneath the head of the cow. A representation of the mountains of Deir el-Bakhri in the background is indicated by two parallel wavy lines. 3 columns of hieroglyphic text above include an epithet of the goddess Hathor as Lady of Gesseret. Priestesses of Hathor were well attested in the 11th dynasty, most prominently during the reign of Mentuhotep II. However, by the end of the reign of Senwosret III of the 12th dynasty, priestesses of Hathor all but disappear from the historical record.
My bad. So we should add, just to reference the type of things that we discuss or that we talk about, Mentuhotep II, as she said, notified us the unifier of Upper and Lower Egypt coming out of the First Intermediate Period. But what did we get with him? We get the name Kemet. We learn of, right after his reign, we learn of the name Cush. Well, going into the 12th dynasty, he's the end of the 11th dynasty. So as that ends, the next family is talking about Kemet, Cush, and a few other terms that occur right after they did their thing. So we need to question the relevance of that.
The disappearance of priestesses of Hathor was part of a larger removal of women from public life that was all but complete by the end of the Middle Kingdom. So we can see this period during Mentuhotep's reign as the most prominent period of Nubian women appearing as priestesses of Hathor. So now to look at the culture of these Nubian women. The C group is closely related, if not identical, to the earliest phase of the Kerma culture south of the Third Cataract in the Sudan. The C group likely migrated from the south or southwest and settled in the most fertile places between the first and the second cataract of the Nile. Primarily pastoralist herders of sheep, goats, and cattle, their homes consisted of circular structures. Population centers developed in areas where the alluvial land was more spacious, such as Dhaka, Aniba, Kustul and Balana, and Faras. Each of these sites continued to be important centers throughout Nubian history. In Egyptian depictions, C group men wear a half-length coiffure with a headband and tight kilts covered with beadwork. They often have a bow and arrow in their hands, while the women wear brightly colored worked leather skirts. Friedman, who excavates at the site of Hierakonpolis in Egypt, notes the appearance of such articles of clothing in the C Group cemetery at Hierakonpolis. Quote, garments made of a patchwork of brown, beige, pink, red, and yellow leather panels were found in several graves, but almost exclusively those of women. In these cases, they may be the multicolored skirts as described by Reisner, who excavated at Kerma, discussed by Juncker, who excavated at Kubania near Aswan, and Philae at the First Cataract, and depicted on Nubian women in the tomb of Hui. Similar attire is seen on tattooed dancers on Ramessid ostraca, one of which clearly shows dancing girls, some of whom are tattooed in a manner similar to the female in Tomb 9 at Hierakonpolis, wearing cutwork, presumably leather loincloths, as part of their special performance attire. And so I've shown this Ramessid Ostrakhan that Dr. Friedman is referring to, and you can see this woman is doing clearly an acrobatic move in her dance, and her cutwork leather skirt here, and then this diamond-shaped tattoo on her thigh. Geometric ornamentation, which shows not only on pottery and basket work, but also on beadwork and body tattoo, can be considered a specific feature of the C group culture. The priestesses of Hathor, whom I contend are of C group Nubian ancestry, would have lived during late phase 1B on this table in the bottom center of the screen, or early into phase 2A of the Nubian C group. This is a period when bronze mirrors begin to be buried with the deceased, and we see a prevalence of this lozenge pattern on their pottery.
Anointed
As the
Sadat, thanks
northernmost
for the
C
cash
group
app.
population center was in the vicinity of Dhaka, so close up by southern Egypt. I will describe the rites of Nubians who arrived at the Temple of Philae from Dhaka. However, keep in mind that they are much later than the period under discussion. Uh-oh. In the 1st century CE, Nubian worshippers made an annual journey to Philae to participate in rites for Hathor and the Nubian gods Arns Nufis and Thoth of Panubs. Egyptian demotic inscriptions found on the temple walls at Philae tell us that the Nubian worshippers arrived at the temple during the harvest season. Parrot. Rites enacted in the evening, as promised in the demotic inscription Philae 24, recall the nocturnal celebrations in honor of Hathor, which included drinking, music, dancing, and the hen gesture of bending the elbows in worship. So looking like this. Circumstantial evidence suggests that such rites were the focus of the early Nubian inscriptions at Philae, which were engraved on the structures in the open area in front of the main temple. So you can see on this beautiful aerial shot of the main temple dedicated to Isis here. This is the open forecourt area where these rites would have been performed in the 1st century AD. The forecourt was the area traditionally reserved for public celebration of rites, an area accessible to worshipers who were not allowed to enter the temple. A quote from a hymn inscribed on the temple walls at Metamud describes the nocturnal celebrations for Hathor. Quote, "Come, O golden one who eats of praise, because her desire, the food of her desire is dancing. who shines on the festival at the time of lighting the lamps, who is content with the dancing at night. Come, the procession is in the place of inebriation. And so here are a couple of images from the very small temple of Hathor, located off to the right of the main temple of Isis. So if you could see through this kiosk here, it's the small little temple of Hathor. And on the columns in the forecourt of that temple, we see images on the right of a dwarf, a dancing dwarf playing a tambourine, and a baboon playing a lute as part of these this music performed for the goddess Hathor. And so I'll just conclude. Oops, there's the Temple of Hathor. I'll just conclude with this modern observation. I couldn't help but be struck by the similarity of the Kes dance with the right arm raised, left arm lowered behind, to one that I saw described in the New York Times Sunday magazine in September of 2016. In an article entitled Danakil Depression, appeared the following quote, along with the image you see on the screen. So those of you who don't know, the Danakil Depression is a vast open salt bed, very, very hot lowlands in the east of Ethiopia where the Afar people live. So this is the quote from the New York Times. But there were moments so full of joy and so pure, like when my guide Ali ran into his friend in the middle of nowhere, this vast white desert, and they were so happy to see each other. They did the keke dance, a dance of joy. He told me that when you meet an old friend, you dance like this with your hand in the air. It was so beautiful because it was so unexpected. So thank you for your attention, and I will wrap up with this image of me in front of a Nubian house in the village of West Aswan in Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This piece actually had some questions that the presentation that you gave today touched on. So I was hoping you could rewind it so I could take them down now.
Myself on YouTube, my bad. I could definitely do that, but right now it'll be hard for me to. But do you recall?
No, hopefully
do you recall what part it was?
Yeah, hopefully you'll have it in memory already. Tahaka had made a boast about some of his new recruits being able to traverse a certain distance in a certain amount of time. Remember, I told you I was writing a story, so that I trying to put in a lot of things that really happen in real life just into the story. So I'm trying to put that into it. I want to know what the distance was and how long it took them.
Oh, it was 30. I think it was like 30 something miles. And they did it, I think they did it in 2 hours, supposedly. But we can look that up. He said it in the video. They ran from, I think they ran from Memphis to the Fayoum. So I think we had pulled that up on a map one day to see how far it was.
Right. And then the next thing was something that you showed today that I had never seen you shown before, which was let's say somebody's attestation that there were, number one, 2 different types of Ethiopians in a particular army, but also that they were speaking about Ethiopians in contrast to Indians. They were speaking about Eastern Ethiopians in contrast to Indians. And usually when we think about these so-called Eastern Ethiopians that the Greeks mention, at least I guess I can't speak for anybody else in the audience, but I've always felt like people were assuming that those were Indian people, not just dark-skinned Indian people. But now we have this attestation that is explicitly saying that no, these Ethiopians from the East were in a separate army with the Indians. And the only difference between them and the Western Ethiopians was their hair, because the Eastern ones had straight hair. So I don't know if you wanted to elaborate on that a little bit, if you have any understanding of why there's that distinction in this particular attestation.
I apologize for being distracted, bro.
You didn't hear what I said.
So what you say?
Yeah, it's cool. There was a particular attestation that you had brought up a little bit earlier about Eastern and Western Ethiopians in a particular. Right. So I was saying the Eastern Ethiopians happen to be in an army specifically described in contrast to Indians. And usually when we think of, at least for myself, when we think about Eastern Ethiopians, I was used to associate them with dark-skinned Indians all the time. But now we have them in contrast to Indians in a particular army. So I was just wondering if you might be able to clarify who these Eastern Ethiopians might be then, if they're not Indians.
Oh, no, they are Indians. No, he was saying, I mean, they would probably fall into that category. They would be the people of India who were dark-skinned. And so to him, again, Ethiopians just meant dark-skinned people. It wasn't a racial classification. So his dark-skinned people of the East would be probably modern-day Indians or what have we. Because he said they had straight hair. Then he said...
But so here the only problem I have with the only problem I suspect with that analysis is that he specifically said that the Ethiopians were in the army with the Indians. This is why I said that he had them in contrast.
Oh yeah, I hear you. I hear you. That's a very good point, and we should look into that. I'll be right back. Peace to everybody on the panel. Gullah, Uric, RTP. What's up, Matt? And if y'all wanna what's up?
What's good with it, bro?
All is well. You got the floor right now. I gotta make it run real quick. But what you was about to say about yesterday? I'm still listening. I just can't talk.
Yesterday I had misspoke when you had talked about Capachichi. I was thinking you talking about Musa Lau. That's what I'm thinking of in my head because I was looking at old boy's video. He kept mentioning Musa Lau the longest. But Capachichi legit though.
Yeah, that's what I'm glad you said that. He tight. Hold up, I'll be right back.
Yeah, you beat up a Sarnia with him.
Yeah, okay. He did mention Musalam a lot in the video. I don't know enough about him, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, Musalam is a disciple of Diop. So I don't agree with a lot of his work, but but Chichi, I fuck with Chichi for sure.
Wait, hold on. Did I just say maybe I misunderstood you, but are you saying that you don't mess with Musalam because he's a disciple of Diop?
No, not just solely because of that. I just there's some of his work I don't agree with. I don't agree with some of his approach to research.
All right, bet.
Peace, y'all. Peace.
Peace, God. I don't know. I don't know how far Smash has gone.
Hey, peace, y'all. What up, y'all?
It's all good.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, bro.
All right, hey, Gullah, can I ask you a question, bro?
What's good with it?
What up, bro? I just want to know, like, how does Africa become the most diverse continent if the people on the continent wasn't interacting with each other? Like, if West Africans were stuck in West Africa, how did Africa become so diverse?
I didn't say nobody wasn't. I didn't say no. I always say overlap. You do got overlap cultures, but you still got people that's in a ancestral environment. But they've been there for 1,000 years. Diversity don't mean people got to meet up. Diversity just means hella different type of people.
No, but you would have to meet up so that you could get the genes from the other people.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying.
I asked the question because people say that there's no connection between West Africa and East Africa. How is that possible?
I wouldn't say that at all. I wouldn't say it was no connection at all. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say that. But still, you still got people.
I think he means genetic connection, huh?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was no connections at all. You just said people meet up, people overlap. You got certain groups. You got, like, for instance, like, you got certain groups that meet up with other groups that's related to another group. Like the Chadic people. The Chadic people, they related to Egyptians. Like, they speak their language is related to Egyptian language. You know what I'm saying? But the modern, like the contemporary, they got a lot of Nilo-Saharan, but the Chadic part of them, you know what I'm saying, come from them Afro-Asiatic people coming from the East. That still was, they branched off from a common root from Egyptian people. So that don't necessarily mean that the Egyptians met up with the people that make the Chattic people. But the people that's related to them have. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, that's good enough for me. As long as we saying that the African wasn't stuck in one place and they both and that they was freely moving across.
No. But at the same time,
At some
you
times,
still got
y'all make
like
it seem like
times. Yeah, you got time. You got times when people are isolated at certain points. You know what I'm saying, for a time period, but people still move around. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying they always just isolated like that, but you still got like time spurts where people are isolated for a long time, only dealing with the people that's around them. You know what I'm saying?
right. But y'all don't never explain that part to us. Y'all just talk
I don't.
about back
I don't get this.
migration.
I don't get.
And
I don't
and I
get this.
and I don't want to
I don't
just
ever
put
get.
it on you. I ain't putting it
No,
just on you. You know what I'm
no,
saying?
I don't ever get to explaining because people are always over talking. If you listen to actually listen to my YouTube channel and listen to my show, you'll hear what I'm saying clearly, the whole thing.
Man, how you gonna say people be over
Hey,
talking when you be
anybody,
interrupting?
look, I'm building my page too, and I would like to do shit I be wishing other people did. Cause I'm starting to get a little bit of people. So if any of y'all got some videos that y'all recorded that explain what y'all talking to, email it to me and I'll just upload it on my page too. So at least if people go through over here want to see something, like if you got a video you say people ain't seeing your view, Gullah, you can send me that video. I just upload it to my shit and try to, we can try to help get each other that.
I bet. I
Yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
Hey, Smash.
What up?
And that video, right, when Solange Ashby was talking about Amenemhat, right? Amenemhat, he the one that built the Buhin Stela or the Buhin Fort, right?
It would be doing that 12th dynasty. I don't know if it was him exactly, but you sounded right on point. Yep.
And he the one that people like to use to say that the Egyptians didn't like the Nubians because he told the Nubians you can't come past the border or
Yeah,
whatever, right?
there's a lot of misunderstanding in that. And if we go look into that text, we can see he kind
But
of like
not,
was speaking not to a tribe of people, more or less than to some powerful people who was from the South.
but
So,
check it
yeah.
out, man. Check it out, man. She said that he was from a mother of Sisedi and a child of Upper Egypt. That was the quote, right?
But was she talking
Brother,
about a Amenemhat at that time?
Yeah.
hey brother too. Hey brother, you gotta realize too. Well, Menahat and them, when they talking about Kush, they're not talking about Tasedi. Tasedi
Yeah,
is
they
Kiki.
going way further down.
Yeah, Karma is Kush.
No,
Karma is
but
like the
she
Nilos,
was
like the
saying the
Nilotic
quote.
people.
So she said Sisedi, a child of Sisedi.
But I didn't know. I
And they
do
were talking
remember
about,
that, but you straightened me out if at that part she was talking about Amenemhat, because I didn't think that's what that was.
yeah, she was talking about
Okay,
a minute.
okay.
So, and what I'm trying to say is, if he's a child of Sisedi, he would be at least part Nubian, correct?
Yeah, he would. That is Nubia, but here's the deal. The
Yeah,
question is,
C group Nubian. He wasn't no Karma.
well, I couldn't
Karmite Nubian. He would
identify
have
it,
been
but
like
just by
more related to like
geography, he would be in the areas that they call Taseti. And I see your point, but the furthermore is, the if Nubia is like a region and the real power that come up out of the south is really about to be these Cushites. That's who they were kind of like addressing, not on no racial shit like the Europeans try to make it seem, like don't let no Nubians cross this line. As I showed you, he took it, and as you just stated, he took the border all the way down by Buhin, past Buhin to Simna. So all of those areas is the traditional areas we call Nubia anyway. So what would they mean by don't let no Nubian cross? If you just like, that's like saying, all right, Arizona is about to extend Arizona to the West Coast, right? And then they say, or not even all the way to the West Coast, just to the border of San Francisco. And then they say, don't let no Californians come into Arizona. Y'all just included all of California into Arizona, or they like they did, they included all of Nubia into Egypt. So the analogy that they saying don't let no Nubians cross don't make no sense. And
yeah.
since the
I think
same the
it would have been. I think it would have been more towards the Kushites.
yeah, so that was that word means Southerners too. So they was
I
like,
think
don't let nobody south of this line cross here.
I think now
Yeah,
this
because
just my
Nubia, cause Nubia
right
would
here.
actually be lower Nubia, and upper Nubia would like be Kerma or quote
But I
unquote
think
Kush.
I think he was talking to a particular group because when he came to the throne, he was competing against two other people at the time, and one of them was further south. So I'm
Yeah, the
thinking
Kerma people, the Kermites.
I'm thinking he's talking to them, and like the dude name is Sinner Gab or something like. You can look it up,
So the
and
thing,
like
oh, go ahead.
no, you go ahead.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But because when I was looking into it, he was going against Gale, and I think he was further below him, and there was another guy that was above, and he just won out.
Yeah, and then too, like the people of quote unquote Nubia, or what I call City, or lower Sudan or lower Nubia. Them people would have had a more cultural relationship with Egyptians anyway. You know what I'm saying? Just on language alone, like Egyptians had their language, and then with the Afro-Asiatic language, and then the people of lower Nubia, they would have spoken Afro-Asiatic language, Cushitic, so they already would have had some type of connection with each other. The people of Kerma, they would have been like Nilo, a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? Still mixed in. You still got entanglement, but essentially they main substratum culture would have been of a lot of you know what I'm saying culture.
So, Gala, do you have I don't know if expertise is the right word, but do you have information about, let's say, the migratory patterns of Western and Central Africa, and where the people who are there now, where they come from, if they've always been there, who they've been mixing with, etc.?
Yeah, I do. I wouldn't say just people just always been there. I wouldn't be the one to say that. But I disagree with Cam's verse when he said it was the Capsian people that was the that came in that brought the Niger Congo language. It wasn't the Capsian people. It was the Onanian culture. You know what I'm saying? The
Now,
Onanian hunter. So and then the Onanian hunters, or the people that spoke Proto-Cadolphian, Niger-Cadolphian languages, who came from what I'm saying, the Yellow Nile region. You know what I'm saying? And went through the Green Sahara, and traveled through there and intermixed with Middle Stone Age people that was already there.
so you say they
I
came
gotta
up the Yellow Nile.
I'm gonna share it to Smash, but I gotta show one of my first shows I did on my channel was prehistoric West Africa, and I break it all the way down on that.
I'm about to look for it now, and I'll share my screen as long as it's allowed. And you'll tell me if that's the right video, so I can go and watch it after the show.
Go right ahead.
Is my screen sharing?
Yes.
All right, so both of these, or which one in particular you suggest I watch, Color?
It's two parts. There's part one and part
Both of
two.
them. I bet, no problem. See.
Yeah, part two I kind of break down the Neolithic. That would be the time period when people started coming in from the west. And probably a little bit at the end of the first one too. Like, probably a little bit of that.
I bet.
The Heliotine period and all that.
Hey, Smash, can you run some tunes at the moment since you can't teach?
Oh, so what? Oh yeah, I still have the Cash App on the screen too. I'm over here multitasking. What you said?
No, yeah, I was just wondering if you could run some tunes, because I don't know, I can't teach certainly, and I don't know if Color's in the
Oh no,
position
we
to
chilling. I
present
mean, we ain't
anything,
gotta be teaching shit. We just chilling. Like sometimes you
Yeah.
feel me. It's fun to teach, but if we just dialoguing, that's fine too. But you can share your screen if you was trying to share something.
Oh no, I mean, I think all the music I wanted to play on the podcast, I would have played at least once before, so I'm not necessarily trying to do that.
Oh yeah.
The questions I wanted to ask, well, I've asked already, but whenever you have the time, we can get back to it. That's regarding Tahaka and his recruits and them. Not just I really trying to take it down from Oh, I wonder actually. Hold on.
Yeah, if you look at it's a wiki article called Prehistoric West Africa too. It got a lot of information in there too. Or you look up the history of West Africa, and it got a lot of
Say the name of the article again. I missed it.
the prehistoric history of West Africa, or you can look up just the history of West Africa on Wikipedia. You got a lot of good information. And Christopher Eric's African Civilizations, he break it down in there too. And Roger Blanche going through a lot of detail on it as well.
Man, I ain't even gonna lie. I don't pay for books. So if I can't find it for free online, I ain't reading it yet. And I feel like Eric's books, I haven't been able to find any of his works online so far.
Yeah, his books ain't even his books don't even really be expensive. It'd be like $25, something like that.
I ain't in the US, bro. 25 US is a lot in my currency.
Oh
Hey,
yeah,
hey,
my bad.
hey, Gully, you looked at Obanga work on the linguist?
Yeah, I don't agree with a bang of work.
Like,
I looked at some of his stuff.
what is he wrong on? 'Cause I don't know.
Obanga doesn't even include Berber and Amazigh into Afro-Asiatic, and he disagrees with Afro. I don't agree with no Negro Egyptian language.
So I mean, but so he's wrong just because of the Berber and the Amazigh shit.
You got to read. You got to look at the peopling of Egypt and the deciphering of Meroe. It's UNESCO. They got all his arguments in there.
I mean, shit. When I
But
look at what he said about it, shit, he said he beat Christopher Eric down.
no, I don't think that.
He said Christopher Eric was putting slides on the screen and he was going up there showing them where he was wrong.
No, you got to show me that.
It's in the video. Pan African James that shit. Y'all just saying watch all of it.
Yeah, but I don't agree with that. Like, what year was this?
Shit. He said I don't know what year it was, but he said he had a direct debate with Christopher Eric, and he was pointing them out where he was wrong.
Oh no, I gotta look at that up. But Rosa Blanche be on point too. Look at Rosa Blanche work. Even
Yeah, I stepped
his comparisons be kind of off.
I had stepped away for a second. Who it was debating Everett?
Obanga.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay.
Nah, I can't find the debate though. I just seen Obanga talking about the debate.
Okay. So this happened a while ago or recently? The debate, I mean, because if it's a while ago, they probably just don't have any videos still.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was a while ago.
I actually be real interested listening into some of these linguistic arguments that some of the brothers be making in the community because so the idea if it is we assuming and we agreeing that Job's analysis of Wolof in comparison with I think they call it Remen Kemi or something like that, the ancient Egyptian language.
No, he call it. That's Wuja and them came up with that. He called it Negro Africanist. My last show
But
I
no, I'm
did.
talking about what the people call their own language, not what he called it.
Who? Diop?
He
No,
talking
what the ancient Egyptians called their own language. I'm saying he made a comparison of Wolof and the language that the ancient Egyptians spoke, or the Kemetu spoke, or the Ramech spoke.
Yeah.
Yes? Right. So I'm
Yeah, you
saying if
gotta
we're
do that,
assuming
yeah.
that, yeah, so I'm saying if we're assuming that that analysis is correct and there are cognates and the languages are related or whatnot, right? Then how come there seems to be so much, let's say, pushback against some of the other brothers trying to connect the ancient Egyptian language to other West African languages? Because as far as I understand, Wolof is West Coast. That's Senegal. That's
Yeah. And then
the
you
absolute.
got
That's the
other,
actual West. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, and then you got so many other languages, other Atlantic Congo languages that Wolof is related to. He jump over all them languages and say it's just related to Egyptian. What about Fuller? Some people do say Fuller. What about Alanta, Bach? You know what I'm saying? Syrier. You know what I'm saying? All these other Atlantic Congo languages that Wolof is actually related to. Even Libu is the basal version of Wolof. Wolof is more of a composite language that was created by clerics of the Jollof king. You know what I'm saying? It comes out of Libu. He didn't even mention Libu.
But who's the he we speaking about in this?
Jope and Obanga.
Okay, but he spoke Wolof, didn't he? So I assume that's why he used that language.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, well, okay. But so in any case, the question that I'm asking though at the
Just
present
because
moment
somebody
is
speak a language don't mean they got the teacher. I mean, these people that speak
no.
English,
I'm
they have
saying
no idea.
no. I'm saying
Have
he
no
would be
idea what
most.
how the evolution of English.
No. All I meant to say was that he had most familiarity with Wolof, and that's why he chose to do his analysis with Wolof as opposed to, I think you said, Serer and Libu and some of the other languages. Because you asked why he didn't do that, and I'm assuming it's because they were most familiar with the languages that they natively spoke. But in any case, the question I was asking, Mr. Rich, you want me to stop so you could deal with this?
I got another. Actually, on my last show, I did the whole show on Diop comparing Wolof to Egyptian. I got a whole source I broke down on there, comparisons and everything.
I don't know
That
what's supposed to be.
was my last show. That was my last show.
No, Job, isn't it Job that spoke Wolof?
Yeah, he spoke Wolof, and can you speak Wolof, Gullah?
I don't speak Wolof fluently, but I know some words and comparisons and shit like that. Just because somebody don't speak the language fluently, don't mean you can't understand linguistics and what's going on. It's like you ask somebody that speak English on the corner, or the history of English language, they motherfucker ain't know how the history of English language comes from.
Nah, but I feel like
Job is a scientist, bro. He's a scientist. He's just not no nigga on the street.
He's a physicist.
Hold on.
He's a
See,
physicist.
This what I mean when I be saying y'all act like the people was stuck in one place. Like if the people was going all over the continent, then somebody could have picked that language.
Wolof is not even that old, bro. Wolof come out of Libu language.
What that mean? People could.
It wasn't no Wolof. It wasn't no Wolof before the Jollof kingdom was created. It come out of the Libu clerics.
Give us a time
Hey,
period.
Gullah, a number of languages isolated haven't been identified, with the Greenberg thing, right? A lot of languages haven't been identified.
Hold on, real quick.
Did you look on the new research?
I gotta jump out real quick.
All right, cool.
What source is this we're looking at here, Mr. Rich? Before I go ahead and read it. Mr. Rich?
I don't know if he fell off or not. Oh, your mic is on mute, Mr. Rich.
It's called African linguistic diversity. African linguistic diversity.
All right. So the African continent.
Go ahead, read it
sorry,
out.
I'm just reading the introduction here.
Yeah.
The African continent is commonly characterized as having 4 language families or phyla. This characterization stems largely from the work of Joseph Greenberg, summarized in a monograph in which 4 language groupings, Niger-Kordofanian, Afroasiatic, Khoisan, and Nilo-Saharan, are are presented as a complete genetic classification of the languages of Africa, quote unquote. Number one, this picture of African languages is inadequate for several reasons. First of all, it ignores the continent's 27 or so sign languages, interesting, which belong to a minimum of 8 unrelated lineages. Second, it ignores languages which belong to language families spoken primarily outside of Africa, such as Indo-European and Austronesian. This means that Afrikaans and Malagasy are not considered to be African languages, even though the majority of speakers of those languages live in Africa. Also, a number of language isolates have been identified, which were not identified by Greenberg. Finally, and most importantly, a critical examination of Greenberg's groupings of spoken languages unique to the continent shows that the number of unrelated lineages is at least 8, or twice the diversity commonly supposed. What necessarily is this in contrast to the groupings of Afroasiatic and the Greenbergian school that Camtrovers is always talking about?
Yeah, he's saying it's inadequate, the Greenberg model, because he left out some of the languages.
Yeah, I wish I was more familiar with the linguistics. This looks like a very interesting article to read.
It is very much, yo. You gotta check the whole thing out. It's dope.
You mind putting the link in the back chat here for me? I'll put it up on time.
Sure, no problem, bro.
African languages represent a rich set of resources for scholars interested in learning about language universals, processes of language change, and African prehistory. For instance, typological surveys based on outdated classifications may significantly undersample African languages. I gotta read that again. For instance, typological surveys based on outdated classifications, okay, presuming they mean Greenberg and that kind of stuff now, may significantly undersample African languages. Linguistic classifications are often correlated with patterns found by archaeologists and geneticists. But if the classifications are used are outdated ones, then the models of African prehistory that are generated are on shaky ground. That's an interesting second paragraph there.
I mean,
kind of trench. Say again?
Yeah, no. I said, you know what I mean? I can understand why they don't agree with the banger and joke. And they believe these Greenberg, you know, the Eurocentric writers.
Now, hopefully, Gullo is able to come back soon and answer for that. I really wish I understood more about this, but it did like this, as I say, this second paragraph really, because it kind of threw in a little bit of shots at, I could call no names, but anybody who seems to, how do I phrase it? Group language speakers together genetically. I've never understood why people do that, and I just assumed it was a failing of my own comprehension. You know, I just don't get it. But it seems like what they're saying here when it says typological surveys based on wrong one. Linguistic classifications are often correlated with patterns found by archaeologists and geneticists. But if the classifications used are outdated ones, presumably here meaning the classifications used by archaeologists and geneticists, then the models of African prehistory that are generated are on shaky ground. So it seemed to me, at least, that what this article is suggesting that the whole model of African prehistory that we have developed around the history of African languages is either flawed entirely or is like flawed in its scope. I don't know how to phrase it. Yeah, flawed in its scope, yeah, because it has the wrong number of variables, I suppose.
It's outdated.
Yeah. So, okay, at least I'm interpreting that correctly. You want to scroll down? I think I'm at the bottom.
Now, that's all I got right there. I'm trying to put the other part up.
I bet.
Yeah, I see Mr. Rich, he doing his work. That's what that is.
See what I'm saying?
That's just something you done parsed out that you found interesting. But at the same time, to Yuri, I put that video of Theophilo Banga talking about UNESCO and the Christopher Eric in the back chat for you. So you'll have it.
Hey, but Christopher
everybody
Eric
needs to check that out.
Some part of the Joseph Greenberg stuff, yo. He actually disagreed with some of the stuff. I'm gonna bring it out because he always used Christopher Eric, but he disagrees with Greenberg too. I'm gonna point the specific part out. I'm gonna bring that back. Go ahead, James.
No, just go ahead. I was just trying to let Yurik know that I put the link that he was talking about Theophilo Obanga and what he was talking about Christopher Eric in that conversation. It's in the back chat for anybody that wants to view it later. You know what I'm saying? Because it is 28 minutes and it's in French. So y'all can check it out. But that's the video that he was talking about. He was referring to.
Bet.
Oh, I'm tripping. Let me fix the screen on YouTube.
Yeah, I meant to tell you that too. It kept saying we'll be back soon or something.
But they can hear the audio, so it don't make no difference. It was good. I just multitasking so much I didn't want to accidentally share the wrong screen.
Right, but yeah, we got all kind of documentation to prove certain points of like even from a genetic standpoint, it's just pretty much I don't understand why anybody would have pushback when it's just as simple as a search at this point.
Hey, can I share something real quick, man?
Yeah.
I will show you what I did. Yeah, I hope James, you seen my last show, didn't you? When you in the chat?
I don't know. I was kind of trolling that day. I think I was. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Smash, when Brother Gullers finished with his presentation, you mind if I share a poem that I wrote? There was a time that he had asked for poetic works and I was just a little bit too shy to do it. But now you have AI to read it first. So how you feel about that?
So what? Oh yeah. I'm off deck right now. I'm doing some homework that I gotta do, and I don't want to stop the stream, so I'm actually not really focused. Sorry about that.
No, you good, bro.
But yeah, you can share whatever you want if that's what you said or whatever.
Yeah, I see something about UCLA right now.
Here, James, I'm gonna let you host because I ain't paying no attention.
Okay, I'm on it.
See.
Who is this? This you, Gullah? Who's sharing this right here? Oh, yeah, that's Gullah. Okay. Okay. We can't hear you, Gullah, if you saying something.
Oh yeah, my bad. If you on mute, Gullah, can you? I think everybody can unmute themselves, right?
Yeah,
I'm unmute. I'm unmuted.
Yeah, I thought you was gonna show something like right now or something like that. Other than that, because we got dry air right here, we can let other people.
No, this from Russell School. This from Russell. The language is Russell School from UCLA. Ufahamu, a journal of African Studies. It's a peer-reviewed paper.
Okay.
And University of California. And then here he kind of breaks down the misuses and uses of language and study of African history. And he goes in, he kind of like when here he trying to break down differently. Even right here, he kind of kill it right here. He kind of throw it in your face. He said it is staggering to contemplate the massive number of historical events implied by 5 words. Wolof and Zulu are related. The speakers of these languages are separated by thousands of miles of rainforests and deserts, not to mention mountain ranges and some of the world's mightiest rivers. Yet the comparative linguistic evidence makes it clear that Wolof and Zulu and more than 1,000 other languages in Africa belong to the Niger-Cadoffian language family, a linguistic group which can ultimately trace its ancestry back many eons to a single lineage community, probably somewhere in West Africa. In the scheme laid out in Joseph Greenberg's Languages of Africa, the classification of African languages now una say universally accepted among serious scholars. Niger-Cadoffian is but one of the four families into which all the languages of Africa fall. Kind of, so you see that Wolof is in that.
No, but hold on. Let me ask you a question, Brother Color, right? If it is Wolof and Zulu are related, right? And we already accepted in this conversation that Wolof and ancient Egyptian are related, right? What does that mean for the genesis, or if anything, of the ancient Egyptian languages? The ancient Egyptian language.
So you saying ancient Egyptian is in Niger-Cadoffian family?
No, sir, I did not say that. I asked you, based on this document that you are showing, what it means for Wolof to be related to ancient Egyptian and Zulu at the same time.
Oh, it's not related at the same time. That's why he said Wolof related to Zulu, to show you that it's in the same. It's related because it's in the same language family.
Okay, so are you now saying? Let me slow it down because maybe
Egyptian language is Afro-Asiatic.
Let me slow it down. Maybe you haven't kind of a little comprehension because of your accent. No disrespect, but what Seth is saying is, if you can find cognates off in Zulu and Wolof, and Wolof is in West African Senegal, and Zulu is way down in South Africa, don't you think that they would have a correlation between the Egyptian language some kind of way and West Africa?
No.
Because no, but pause.
And why not? Why not?
No. We had to clarify something. We had to clarify. Hold on, brother Gala. Hold on, brother. Okay. You said a little bit earlier that you were agreeing that Wolof and ancient Egyptian are connected.
I didn't say that. No, you must misheard me. I didn't say that.
Okay. So when I went. No. What he read was Zulu and Wolof being related, but I thought that we had accepted that Diop's analysis of Wolof in comparison to ancient Egyptian as being related languages was true. Are we not accepting that?
No, I don't accept that at all.
Okay, understood.
How they're related in two different language families?
Well, so the suggestion is that the language families are wrong. Clearly.
No, I know.
It's a hypothesis. It's a hypothesis, right?
Yeah, that's the whole argument.
It's a hypothesis, so it's not a fact.
No, it's not. It's more factual than saying that.
But it's not a fact.
Let me ask you
no, and listen though. The reason, and only reason if you get confused, or you might get confused or mistake Wolof for having words that could correspond with Egyptian, because Wolof have Arabic loan words in it. And Arabic is in the same family as Egyptian.
So let me ask this supplementary question, right? Let me ask this supplementary question.
We need Smash right now. Is that true?
Ask him a clearer question.
Oh yeah, it's Afro-Asiatic, yeah. Because it would be in the Semitic branch.
Yeah.
Who put it off in that family? Who did that?
Probably the same Greenbergian linguist or whatever.
That's what it's related to. That's what family ain't Arabic Semitic.
My question is, when Diop did his Wolof comparison, did he use Arabic words?
No, he didn't.
No, a better question is if he used words that were related to Arabic that would have gotten into Wolof from Arabic. I hope that's what the brother is asking. Or did he use words that are not related to Arabic and compared them to ancient Egyptian?
Semitic is Afro-Asiatic.
Yeah, but we passed that.
I got it. But when Diop did his comparison, the words he was using came from Arabic, but he was saying they were Wolof. Is that what you're saying?
He asked some Gullah that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, you asking if the words were Arabic in origin. And did Diop use Arabic words to make those cognate with Egyptian words? Which is that what that's what Gulla's saying?
I mean, that's what it sounded like to me.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to figure out. You kind of, I guess you either muted out or something, brother. You got some audio problems. We can't hear you.
Egyptians. So they're gonna find some commonalities with that. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
hold on. You just came back in.
You had to start over.
Gullah, go ahead. We didn't hear what you said. Your mic kind of was in and out or something. We couldn't hear you. Go ahead.
You hear me now?
We can hear you right now. Go ahead.
Now I was saying that Wolof has a lot of Arabic loan words in it. So it can be easily mistaken in saying that it's related to Egyptian because of the Arabic that's in Wolof. Because Arabic and Egyptian is in the same language family, so it has some certain similar cognitives that's similar.
But we asking you specifically if the words that Diop used in his analysis were those are Arabic-related words that you're speaking about, the Arabic loan words that you're speaking about, or did he use other indigenous, let's say, Wolof words?
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Oh,
like words like
so you don't actually have the answer offhand. Okay, no scene.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. It's like if you read this, you got like.
Let me read it real quick.
But you know what's crazy? Hold on. You know what's crazy about this?
You got the comparisons right here.
I'm trying to figure out how is some stuff that's indigenous to Africa. If they using like old Egyptian or something, they don't know nothing about no Arabic language or nothing like that to even be corresponding with them. Like, how does that work?
No,
am I making? Like, I'm just trying to figure something out on my, because that. I mean, the oldest language.
I mean, Arabic.
I'm just trying to figure out if the oldest language is independent of Arabic. How could it be cognate with Arabic?
Because it's still in the same
so
family,
it's
James.
to be fair to him, to be fair to Gullah, Senegal is much further from Egypt than the Arabian Peninsula is. You dig? So that if they're speaking, let's say that they were speaking ancient Egyptian in the Arabic Peninsula for a while, or in the Levant for a while, and eventually the slang, as in the language, turns into a dialect and it diverges far and far enough, and it becomes Arabic. That's not impossible. I don't think that's.
Hey, I'm thinking about flipping. I'm thinking about flipping a few cars and doing the Toro hustle. Any of y'all did that?
What you talking about?
I did some research on that before. I thought about doing this, man. That's a good lane.
I did it a little bit with a car that I had, and I got a rental on the second day. But I'm trying to come up with some, I'm trying to do some jukes. So I'll be referring through my little shake, check and trap. Any of y'all did it?
Yeah, I got a tour.
No, I ain't did it yet. I've been studying these stocks and stuff like that lately. I
need to shake it quick though. I need to shake it quick. Them stocks gonna do cool, but I can't day trade because you're gonna take a loss. I'll be taking losses. But who was that who said they got a Toro account?
I did it a couple times before. I got a couple of Teslas off of there.
You rented some off of there. So I was thinking about probably grabbing a Tesla and just slapping it on there. You feel me?
That'd be good.
How quick it's gonna stay rented where I'm at, I think.
Most definitely.
Or just grabbing something. I mean, I didn't mean to change the subject.
That would probably be on the high end of the rentals too, right?
Well, because how much was you paying a day? How much was you paying a day?
My cost daily was like $47 a day.
So that means how much that dude can make a month? 40 times 30 if it was rented every day, 1,200.
But hold up, you got a Tesla. That's gonna probably be more money.
But that's not enough because the note they trying to give me is way too close to a rack. I'm just trying to bust. I'm just trying to bust something crazy
because of the type of car you got. That's a high. You know what I'm saying?
Not on Turo. They luxury car rentals. Most of all of them. All of Mercedes.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I thought they had a cheer.
But I gotta bust some jukes because I'm getting it. I'm got stuff to get together. I want to get into this school shit, right? You know what I'm saying? I mean, not only that, but all these other things. I'm like, man, I'm about to get it popping. So when I snap into my smash rock mode like that, that's when I start doing all the shows on how to do this, how to do that, because I really be reminding myself, I go do that shit.
Hey, Smash, I got a mineral stock for you.
Mineral stock? I was looking at stocks late night in the bed trying to get some recommendations to my daughter because I was thinking she got some bread sitting up and I want to give her some recommendations out. So I was doing my research last night, but I ain't up on stocks. I'll be on the crypto.
Hey, Smash.
Yeah.
Hey, Smash, the best person to teach stocks, bro, that helped me understand it? I just applied to his classes, Wall Street Trapper. He
Oh
dope,
yeah,
bro.
yeah. Now you know you could go over some of my old Facebook, and I know stocks well, and I used to day trade, and I was doing really good. One of my best trades was like 2,500 in 9 seconds, but that's not, you know, real day traders will say that's not nothing. But the fact that I was able to do that, I was like, oh, this is a game that like none other. I shorted Tesla. I shorted Tesla when it was first falling. It had been falling for 2 days, so I had borrowed like. I borrowed like 54,000 because I had a brokerage account. I borrowed like $54,000 worth of Tesla stock, and I held it for like 9 seconds, and I sold it. Right, that's a short. I mean, that's what you call shorting. So I held it for 9 seconds. This is what happened. I borrowed it at a price while it was falling. See, say the price falling is at $1.25. So I borrowed hell of them at $1.25.
Right.
The price fall back, or the price was falling, then you, when the price is falling, before it start back going up, you dump them. And so you dump them. I got to make sure I'm explaining it right. But when you dump them at the price that it fell at, and then you return the stock. You don't return the money back to the person. You return the stock. So you bought some stocks at $1.25. I think it dropped. Or maybe I got to get it right, but I'm explaining it right, and we'll have a video explaining so we can see. When the stock drop, you sell it. You see what I'm saying? And then you return what you had borrowed, or you buy it back. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. This is what you do. Yeah, you while it's falling, you buy it and you sell it instantly. That's what you do. So you borrow it and sell it instantly. So say it was a 125 a share. You just borrowed it. Now it's 124. You want to hurry up and sell it before it get to 123 or lower. So you just sold all the stocks you borrowed at 124 while it was falling. Now you wait till it hit 100 and buy them all back and give it to bruh. And you get to keep that difference. And so in that transaction that I was talking about, since they give you a margin account, you get if you go to the right broker, you get a margin account. They give you 3 times what you put in there. So that was enabled me to be able to borrow with a lot more money than I had. So I could have took an L, but the stock was falling for 3 days. So I was like, so it's falling for 3 days. I could stay in it for 10 seconds. And in 10 seconds, it made like 2,500.
Can't beat that. Hey, but check out Pebble Mine Creek and NAK stock. That's what I was talking about. It was a $50 per share stock. It's down to 20 cents per share now. It's all upside. You know what I'm saying?
No. Because why you think it's gonna ever go back if it went that far now?
I want so the reason why I'm saying it's gonna go back up is because right now it's a natural reserve, right? So they're not letting people. So basically, Pebble Mine Creek, they found the largest natural reserve of mineral reserve in Alaska. Gold, silver, everything, but it's a salmon reserve. So once they get the go ahead to start mining, it's gonna go back up. It shot down during the Bush Obama area because Obama said he didn't want to mess with the salmon fishing and stuff like that. But the Army said, hey, look, we're gonna pay y'all $5 million, you know what I'm saying, per year to let us go ahead and start mining. So once they get the go ahead for that, it'll go up from 20 cents per share back up.
These businesses that make businesses out of us, I'm the type that turn right back and make a business right out of them. And we supposed to too, because it's cooperative economics. What I mean is all of the new platforms, they don't provide what they sell. They don't produce what they sell. YouTube don't make videos. Uber don't drive no cars. They don't even own a car. They probably own some now to give them out to real people who want them. All of these new platforms, they basically just figured out, okay, we just gonna play some new type middleman shit. Airbnb don't own no houses. You know what I'm saying? And so really we gotta be like, okay, well, how they were smart enough to figure out how to get their bread off everybody else's house and don't even have to even have no house. So
that is a major game.
You feel me?
I'd be mad because we was doing this in the hood, in Arlington. It's one of the largest cities in America. It is the largest city in America with 400 and something thousand people, but it doesn't have a transit system here. You have to have a car, or your ass is walking, or you catching a bus. So people, you know, because black people we didn't have money way back, you know, to catch a cab. We would charge other people to take them across town or whatever. You know, that's the same game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They
that's the same Uber.
that
But what
game.
all they did was
That's
put it in the
some
computer.
shit.
They just
Yeah,
put
they
it.
did
So that's where
utilize
we got to take all our stuff that we still doing and ain't tripping, that ain't been slapped in the computer yet. You know, everything that came out ain't came out yet,
Man,
bruh.
they just outbid the
Yeah,
tax.
we be acting
That's
like
what they did.
everything that's gonna come out on the internet already. Nah, man, it's all this shit we be trying to do that we still can't do. That's a brand new app to make.
Man, that's fact.
Yo,
Hey,
you need to watch.
Smash
You need to
DQ.
watch that
What's
JT
up,
the
DQ?
Bigger figure over on
Yeah.
BHI TV.
Oh, you
man.
know I fucks with JT the Bigger
I know
figure.
that. I thought about you, man. Watch his interview. He just got back to America. Watch what type of game he on. Yo, you
Man,
need to look at
that's that Frisco
man,
slick.
look at
That's that
video,
Frisco
bro.
slick game he got.
I'm finna put it in the back chat. Hold on.
Hey, James.
Yeah.
What you got going tomorrow, King?
Oh, I don't know what's going on.
I got a show in downtown Dallas. If you're free.
Oh, that's what's up. Hold on, give me a minute. I have to talk to my son to see if he want to ride out with me. Hold on. So I gotta admit somebody. But hold on, man. I'm finna go get that video for you. You need to check that out.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you know, really, as a unit or as individuals, just walking through this life as a man, we supposed to be like, could get anything, could add anything, especially, I believe the simulation. Like, and so I like just walking up in places and motherfuckers be like, oh, Mr. Owens, you're cool, it's good. But I'm trying to get on some bigger shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do certain men, they just basically Elon Musk on some crazy stuff. I know I'm picking maybe a bad example, but some of these young companies or some of these young people who really reached a different economic level from pushing forward their ideas, particularly when the crypto space was juking, like it will be again. But a lot of that, I don't know, man. I'm just talking shit. You feel me? I feel like I'm bumping my gums, so I just stop.
Peace. What up, Smash?
What's up, Zoo?
What's good?
Ain't much, man.
Hop on, man. Hop on with the Magi Archers.
You know how we do.
Facts.
Facts.
I heard Gullah talking about the Wolof thing, so you know I had to hop on.
Okay. We need to take this further. You got some contention with what he said?
Yeah, I got some contention, man.
Hey, my bad, brother. But I was gonna say I'm not gonna be long at all. What I was gonna say, that source that I showed, y'all can download if y'all want to. Like, I'm gonna try to put it in the back chat. Y'all can read through it. But dude, he even did a comparison with English and Wolof, and like the words, like if you did that, like you would think, like I guess he was just doing the same thing that Diop did with Egyptian, and he switched it with English, and
he was trying to. That's why he called the article. That's why he called the article use and misuse of language. He tried to use what Diop did to kind of like fake explain how to do linguistics. Me personally, I find that comparison a little disingenuous because
did you read the
let
whole article?
Let me finish though, Gullah. Because in that article, he himself admits that he only used one dictionary, right? And on top of that, he's a Chadic speaker. He's a Chadic specialist. He's not a specialist in Northwest Atlantic languages. He's not a specialist in Wolof. Furthermore, Wolof is a language, all these African languages, many of them, and I'm pretty sure for Chadic, he would not accept somebody to just pick up one Peace Corps dictionary to assess the work of Diop. And also Diop left
You read the whole chat?
Hold on.
The whole article?
Yeah. In Diop's work, he lists his sound correspondences, right? So for that to make sense, he would need to apply Diop's sound correspondences, because using like I could show words in English and some Mayan language that look similar, but it's not about what looks similar.
Yeah,
it's about regular sound correspondences.
we all speak what the hypothetical language. All humans, they call it proto-human. You're gonna find certain things that's common in all languages. You know what I'm saying, all over the world. But
Yeah, but
yeah, though. But
I just like to caution people, because you know what? I know you and a couple people have some stances, right? But the thing about these African languages, bro, they just got independence in the 50s. And it's not like the United States, where they were already in a developed country and had schools.
Hey,
In the
Sue, can I
Congo,
read
for
something?
example, let me finish. In the Congo, for example, in the 1950s, they only had 50 college graduates. You see what I'm saying? You can't find me a dictionary made by Wolof people for Wolof people. All dictionaries that you see that are out right now are out in as bilingual. You see what I'm saying? So you can't really judge those things the way you might be able to judge a language like Italian or Arabic.
Okay, let me jump in real quick. I want to read something
But
real
then,
quick
but
before
then,
you.
but then
Before
Egyptian. But
you
I do agree that Egyptian, because it's in the same family. Egyptian had more common with Chadic than it do with Wolof.
Well, I would need you to show me what you see that makes you stand on that.
All right.
Well, let me read something real quick, Zoom, before you get too long with it. So it says the linguistic research of Diop and his school have been criticized by Henry Torno, a linguist specializing in the Fulu language. I'm calling the name incorrectly, I know. Torno notes that Diop accused previous linguistics of being unscientific and obscuring the truth. Torno's main criticism are that many words in the list used to make comparisons may have been loaned from unrelated languages, including modern Arabic. Many of the claimed resemblances are far-fetched, and that when Diop transliterated Wolof words on the principles applied to ancient Egyptian writings, he distorted them. Diop's own Wolof studies were examined by Russell Shue, a specialist in the Chadic language, who found
93.
little resemblance or connection between many of the Wolof etymologies cited by Diop and Egyptian, of the type that are found when comparing Wolof to a known related language like Fula. He concluded that Diop had assumed Egyptian and Wolof were related and then looked for ways to connect, disregarding evidence from other languages which might cast doubt on the resemblance claim.
All right, let
Finally,
me stop you right there for a second. Let me just stop you right there for a second. You can pick back
Because
up.
what about the other Atlantic Congo languages that Wolof actually is related to?
Exactly. That's one of the issues. That's one of the issues in the literature. Wolof has been cited as genetically related to Fula and Serer. As far as the southern northwest Atlantic languages, it's a different story. However, that is from a mistake in one of the linguists' uh, um, um, articles, who grouped them together when they shouldn't have been. I could pull that up. You can go to Segerer. However, what I'm saying basically,
So you saying Fuller and Wolof is not related?
they are likely related. But if we're having a scientific
Man,
conversation,
they are related, bro. You can look
listen to
go
what
on
I'm
that
saying,
page, bro. You
on
can't
it. Just
say
you can't
anything,
just
but
say they
he do
are
the
related. This is
do
the
the
problem y'all
comparison,
having with
and most of the
Afro-Asiatic right
most of the
now.
words are damn near the same.
Oh, listen to what I'm saying, bro. Most likely they are related, right? In which way they
You broke
is
up.
yet to be determined. The latest stuff. Oh, my bad. Y'all hear me now?
Okay, you back.
Oh, hold on, real quick. I gotta show something. Hey, Pan African Jams, you can see me?
Yeah, I see you.
I just got
Bam,
this.
there
I
it
just got this
go.
in the
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Yo, I put it back on the standard of a smash.
I still got mine too.
Yeah, I put it right back on the standard.
Yeah,
that's why I said when you did that show,
you
that
know
was,
I got this one too, though, right?
yeah, rethinking the origins of an Afro-Asiatic. So word. Yo, that was
Man,
wild.
some of these dudes put hands on Afro-Asiatic. Stop playing. But yeah, the thing when it comes to these languages, you have to be careful. Robert Schu's article, for instance, is kind of old. I can pull up stuff from French linguists who are white people who say completely different. So at the end of the day, I'm just trying to understand how people are feeling like they can assess the language when they themselves don't know the language. They themselves haven't done the work to see if people have been talking about Wolof and borrowings for the last 30 years. Where's the work showing all the Arabic borrowings? Right. So
I can
we
look
know
for.
that
I can.
we know
I can
that there
dig it
are
up.
borrowings. We know that there are borrowings in the religious, some in the legal sphere. That's to be expected. But if linguists couldn't easily separate borrowings, linguistics wouldn't be a field. I'm just saying that's something that's kind of basic for real.
What about Libu though? That Libu is actually the basal version of Willow before it had the borrowings and all the other shit.
Kinda. It's an intricate story, you feel me? Because yeah, you could say Libu Wolof came out of Libu, but at what stage in the history? You see what I'm saying? Wolof could have came out of Libu after Libu came out of whatever Wolof was. You see what I'm saying? Um, and I have a study here by some Libu people that the differences are really superficial. They have a lot of old things like articles, you know what I mean? And honestly, it will not work in the favor of a non-Egyptian connection, to tell you the truth, because a lot of the older stuff they still have. If I can I share my screen?
Some real quick smash.
Mm-hmm.
Brother Kamjiva is like he coming up with a video on this very topic in the next 5 minutes. Kubi Kulomania and the spell of linguistic confusion. So because he's been on your show and he's been in the audience, I kind of assume he would not mind if we watch it when it premieres. I don't know how you'd feel about that.
Sure, let's do it. So you
But
say
either you or
going to drop a video based on the very topic that we're discussing right now.
that's what it seems like. The name of the video is Kubi Kulomania and the spell of linguistic confusion. And because he's been talking about the Greenbergian analysis and stuff in his recent videos, I assume it's about what we're about to talk about. I can't know for certain, obviously, it hasn't come out yet.
Correct.
I put the link. If you could see my messages in the back chat, the YouTube link there is the one to come to us out. Either you, Brother James, or Smash could share it in that time when it's that time.
Okay, so somebody's sharing the screen right now.
Yeah. He wanted to Drew wanted to share first. I just was putting it in because it's going to start just now.
Okay. I'm just. Hey, you stop sharing.
You can go ahead real quick, Satwell, while I'm trying to pull this up.
Bro, I know Satwell, bro.
Oh, my bad.
That's somebody else, bro. But yeah, no scene.
Quick question while you pull that up. Were you saying that there's no relation between the Wolof language and the Egyptian, but there is a relation between the Hausa language and Egyptian? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, I said that because Hausa is Chadic. Chadic is his Afro-Asiatic language. Egyptian
So
is
could
his
that be the
Afro-Asiatic
could that be the connection?
language.
The Hausa.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know if Wolof have any borrowings, any relationship with Chadic.
Now, another question: is there any documentation of a migration from Egypt into, you know what I'm saying, the areas up there where, you know what I'm saying, the Wolof speakers are?
No.
No migration.
I say the jury is split. We got different scholars who different scholarly schools who have different opinions, and stuff is still coming out.
Well, hold on. There's definitely genetic evidence of East African and West Africans
migration.
So I don't know who said no.
Well, he did specifically ask about Egypt going to Senegal.
I can put up
his daddy was his daddy was Almoravid.
Because the only
talking about Jai?
Yeah, his daddy was Almoravid. So
that's what they say. But you got to be careful though, because that myth is not really like, it's likely that it's based on a or several historical figures, but it's it's also mythology. You see what I'm saying? And it was used to pretty much deal with the issue of syncretism. Oh, this looked like Cam's verse video.
Yeah, you can go ahead. I'll pause it whenever it starts. So we could continue the conversation and just start it whenever we finish.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt. I'm gonna just show something real quick because I did kind of a critique on Shu's article. Just go through it real quick.
You trying to share your screen?
Yeah, it's not sharing.
No, we got
somebody else sharing
set video on right. Maybe you have to take that down and then let him share. Then we'll get back to that in a minute. Sid. So go ahead, Zoo.
All right. Can y'all see it now or it's still off?
I don't know.
I can't see it yet.
It ain't came up yet.
Yeah.
Let me try to share again.
And you said this is some research on the article that Gullah pulled up?
Yeah.
Word.
What the hell, it ain't coming up?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, wait. Here, there it is. Bang.
There you go.
Oh, okay, boom. All right, so I go over some of like Joke's personal background and stuff. But then, we go into the conference, the 74 conference. So one of the recommendations on linguistics was the symposium recommends that a linguistic study be made without delay on the African languages which are in imminent danger of disappearing. Kaukau has been suggested as a very significant case in point. And Kaukau was pointed out because their toponyms, this kind of answers or speaks to what the brother was talking about, asking about migrations. This was brought up in the symposium because Kaukau or Kau are toponyms that seem to stretch from Egypt to the Senegambia across Niger. Gao itself used to be Kau, right? And in Senegal, Kaukau is also a toponym of people.
It's Kaka. It's Kaka.
Where?
The gal used to be Kaka.
Oh yeah. They're different. They're different. They're different pronunciations.
Yeah, I got that Michael Gomez book. We go in on West Africa. That's how I know all of them pronunciations.
Michael Gomez is a boss for real. I just saw him not too long ago for real. At a lecture over here. But yeah, basically they just make the recommendation. At the same time, the cooperation of specialists in comparative linguistics should be enlisted at an international level in order to establish all possible correlations between African languages and ancient Egyptian. And I use this to really kind of just explain that it's during that time, as heated as the debate was, their stance was not we should not be comparing Egyptian and other African languages. Their stance was actually we need to be comparing Egyptian and other African languages so we can figure out what these connections are, what's happening, et cetera, et cetera.
Hold on. So in the context of they, who are you talking about? Diop and Obanga?
Diop and Obanga, and that's really what I was going to say next too. And a big thing that happened that people don't bring up is that Diop died. So that massive work that he did, that he himself, pointed out, like, I'm only one person. I'm just collecting the data for later generations to be able to perfect, So keep that in context also when people, when these scholars, especially these PhDs, are saying that they read Diop and characterizing him as somebody who's just, trying to force. Yeah,
They use that a lot to start it off. But see, what you're saying is before 1950 something, we didn't have a voice to even try to combat what they had already ruled
at all.
Yes,
Like Diop himself, they didn't want to sit in on his dissertation. They didn't want to sit in on his dissertation at all. If he didn't
Yeah.
push the
But
fact.
y'all do know Diop and Obenga wasn't the only indigenous Africans there. Like it was other Africans that were disagreeing with them too.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we know that.
That's a fact. We got to say
But
that.
if you're talking about the linguistics, isn't that the same fellow who got the Sudanese with the Arab name, who tried to say Kemet didn't mean black, and they made the linguist or the grammarian come one time and correct him that no, it does mean black? Isn't that the fellow you're talking about? Color?
No, it was other ones though. I think it was they were pretty deep though. They had a lot of African scholars,
It was
you
a
know,
lot.
but the
It was even
okay, but
the coordinator was another dude from Senegal. The coordinator was from Senegal.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, hold on. But now we parsing out what the disagreement was. Like who do we have on record that disagreed with Diop at the conference?
Well,
what was the context of the disagreement?
Well, you see what the conclusion was. They said that mostly they were unprepared because
who was unprepared?
Hey, who
that
wanted
the
somebody?
opposers.
People like
wanted somebody
even
at the
Ser
symposium.
Sonderon, who was really the head linguist and Egyptologist linguist of that symposium, you know, and he's the one who makes the recommendation based off of the third person singular feminine in Wolof and ancient Egyptian, that this cannot be hazard. This cannot be
by chance.
Right? So therefore, we have to continue these studies, right? Correct. Now, I'm not saying that I'm like, you know, the person who's like the Diop continuer and all of this stuff. But as Diop said, he brought out the information in his time before the internet. Now, what's missing is people, yes, critiquing his work, but also organizing the work that was correct and that we can prove is correct. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's what's starting to come out now. Even Kamji verse, like I don't know Kamji verse from a can of paint, but he's talking a lot of the same stuff. You know, he's talking to a lot of the same scholars. And you know, we don't even have to agree on everything, but I like a lot of what he's posted. Right here, I'm just
what you say, Smash?
What's in the paper? In the paper, what's the main contentions with the paper that Gullah had?
So let me pull it up. So this is what Robert Shue says. According to PhD linguist Russell Shue.
Hold on, Robert Shue is Arab? Is he Arab?
No, I don't think so. He might have been like Lebanese or something like that. You know, maybe I don't know.
That's
but
Greek.
Diop does not provide any convincing evidence for an Egyptian Wolof connection. The use and misuse of language, 1997, Russell Shue, right? So, you know, he's born 1941, deceased in 2016, rest in peace. Most of Diop's critics lack the depth to critique his concrete works and instead made dismissive remarks. Whatever can be said about Shue, he at least, like Mani, attempted to detail a critique of Diop's work. So that's also why I was asking you those questions, because a lot of scholars will say stuff about Diop, but very few are the ones who actually put pen to paper and actually tested the merit of their own arguments. And because they have cultural hegemony, social hegemony, their voices are much louder. You feel what I'm saying? So that's also part of the disconnect. So let's talk about what makes convincing evidence. Convincing evidence of a connection between any two languages does not depend on the surface similarities words display, or solely their geographic proximity, but instead begins irregular sound correspondences between languages. Cognate parts like vocabulary and grammar must correspond in form and meaning, right? So it's not just, you know, you hear a word that sounds like Arabic, you got to have grammatical parts of speech, pronouns, clitics, all these little parts of speech that, you know, once you locate these and you don't locate them elsewhere, it tells you part of the story, and it works very much like genetics. Asar also makes a critique on Shu. But we'll just go into what I have right here. So one of the issues with Diop's work, right, is that he first published in the 1950s, right? There were a few Wolof dictionaries at the time, period. During the time he went back to Senegal after his dissertation and all that stuff, Leopold Sedar Senghor was the president, and he's well known for going on a spree about this Wolof spelling of words. He even jailed members of Sheikh Hunter Joe's political party. So I say that to say that one of the critiques that Jobs get is about some of the words that are not necessarily in dictionaries, but Job says that the speakers know about, right? Some of those can be vindicated. Some of those may be older or regional or whatever have you. But just to be honest, we can show here that some of these terms are unattested. Like habasu, I can say that I've heard that, or heard words similar, but it's not a word that you're going to find in dictionaries. But a word like yat, or however it's pronounced in Egyptian, right? Iyat, back, or yadi, back. Wolof yatu derived from ya, to be broad, to be wide, which is the same word in ancient Egyptian, to be big, right? In Wolof, you also have jat, back, spine, jatundig, middle of the back, spine. Jatu is a word to talk with hand on the hip and in one air, meaning with attitude. And even in African American dialect, we'll say put your back into it, right? This term is attested. However, this is a term that Shu used to critique Job. Do you see the problem? So if he's a PhD scholar critiquing somebody like Sheikh Hunter Job, whose work was disputed at the Cairo Symposium, shouldn't he have done a clear vocabulary literature review? Him being a Chadic speaker, I think, right? He's a Chadic linguist. He should know the colonial history that Chad has with its colonial masters and the effects that may have had on literature. But I don't see that anywhere in the article, right? Shu also criticized the word for father, right? Egyptian it, at, et, however you want to pronounce it, right? J letter or the I letter and the T, father, stepfather, grandfather, ancestor, sovereign. Job compares this to yit, to beat, to discipline. Shu has an issue with this comparison, right? But elsewhere, remember I was saying Job said himself, he was compiling the work as a single individual in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s before he died, right? His aim was never to push this down people's throat, right? And have them walking around with ankhs and all this other stuff.
Oh yeah,
But that's
yeah, and then too, like you said, we don't know the political conditions.
right. And all these things have an effect. And of course he would single out the word for father, because then you're talking about kinship terms. And in anthropology, I'm sure Gullah knows this, kinship terms are very important when you're doing comparison, because kinship terms, at the exception maybe of mother, father, which are pretty much universal, like baba, mama, my mom, words like that.
Yeah, they come out of proto-human. Like they call them.
You find that everywhere. But
yeah, because humans can only make so many sounds anyway.
Right. No, that's a fact. That's a fact. But so when you see when he saw, I'm pretty sure when Shu saw a word in Wolof for Egyptian father, he had to critique it. You know what I'm saying? Because that would definitely point to some relationship. And further on, I can even show full correspondence or correlation with kinship terms from Wolof and ancient Egyptian, right? But in any case, Jit is Wolof, head of household, foremost, the father of a nation, president, forefather, predecessor, ancestor, right? Common expression is Jitukur, foremost of the house, the father. And he had an issue with the prefix N, right? Saying that, oh, maybe it's another word, but clearly, if you look at the sound correspondences, ye, the ye sound easily becomes nya, nya, and sounds like that. And furthermore, if you look at the root, the word ji, where ji comes from, is a word that means to plant, to ejaculate, to descend. The word jiu means seed, harvest, garden. And these terms are all attested, right? So I just bring this out when you ask me what my contention is that although Shu is a PhD and we should respect PhDs because they had to sweat to get to where they at the same time, sometimes they really don't know what the fuck they talking about. You know. So out of 7 terms that Shu mentions, 2 are undocumented in extant dictionaries. One is obviously a semantic shift. Father, and you have Wolof Bai, which is the most common term.
So hold on, Zoo. You done really went in. This is beautiful. So I see you got a presentation right here, right?
Yeah.
So what you got going on? You got a channel? This is what you do or something?
I'm trying to build a channel. Here in the
So if you got
future,
anything
hopefully.
like that, because and you know what, Gullah, I like this, man. I mean, if you could put a presentation down like this, like kind of see how you got everything set up, I think that'd be beneficial for you too, Gullah. So you could kind of like lay your points out. Like this looks like really professional the way you did it. You know what I'm saying? So you could tell like this is like what you've been studying, right?
Yeah, and I don't want to read them shit, y'all, man.
Yeah. I'm just saying, but the way you got this laid out, it looks like you went through a real solid effort to make your point.
I don't mind readership. I listen to audiobooks all day. I don't mind it. I do readership on my channel.
Yeah. This is interesting. You know what I'm saying? And then to see him laying out the points like that, I think it's beneficial to do it this way. Is what I'm saying. But go ahead, bro. Or if Gullah got anything,
I'm gonna just show like 2 more
or
slides.
whatever. Anybody else, if they got anything they want to add, so we can, because we got a lot of people in the panel.
This that slide that Gullah was talking about earlier, for real.
This is what?
This is when he was saying like Shu compared Wolof and English. So right here on the screen, you can see he's comparing, say, Wolof Bay, goat, to English buck, right? Wolof dead, to die, to English die. Wolof fun, when, to English when. Fu and wood interchange sometimes. Gaming, mouth to gums. So there are some that definitely look like, they could be, about something if you're not like on it. And actually this the type of stuff that throws off a lot of people, and have them talking about we been here type shit. But to me it's kind of, and I said before, like to me it's just a little disingenuous. Like right here he says safara, fire, English, fire, sa, a prefix in Wolof. But Job addresses the S prefix in Job 1997, right? And Shu didn't write his article till 1993 or 1997. So, like, why not state that?
Did you see the? You read the whole article? You seen the one where he put Wolof and Fuller together?
Yeah.
And
Check
then
this
he
out.
did like Wolof. He did another some static language, Hausa, and Egyptian.
So check this out. So Wolof nup, ear, Fuller nufru, ear. And it really is just what it sounds. Nofru is really a term that's related to Egyptian neferu. It's really the sense of peace, tranquility that turns into hearing and all this other stuff. But anyway, masjid is the term for ear in ancient Egyptian. But in Wolof, you have a term that's called sujortu, play in ear, right? So you still have that consonant sequence that's speaking to the same thing, right? And beyond that, these concepts like eye, tongue, sun, moon, many times have various words which like you can have several words which mean moon, water, or person. You see what I'm saying? So you can't the most scientific approach is not to just pick one. You pick the range.
Right. Yeah. So that's how, and that's kind of like how a lot of people do it. I mean, they don't just have one cognate to it. They show multiple, so it would make the argument stronger. I mean, so you're saying that who just picks one?
Exactly.
I'm just asking, is somebody just picking one?
Yeah, the pretty much the linguist Robert Shue.
Pretty much.
And I think and one thing you gotta realize is a lot of these people are also,
and then they become authoritative and then have you thrown off.
Exactly.
When somebody really went in and did some thorough work and they have dismissed their work and they haven't even did more thorough work than the person that they're
Robert Shue is a Chadic linguistic, right?
Yeah, and he's a PhD. He's a PhD in Chadic languages. I'm not trying to say like he's like a
like he a scrub or anything.
You know what I'm saying, or something like that.
In his critique, you just going through the method.
Yeah,
that you feel
I'm not saying I know what his bias is, but
valid.
I'm saying it's some is not right.
Mm-hmm.
For instance,
but we get that all the time, and then we have to fight this particular type of argument. I mean, it's like they put a roadblock to kind of have us fumbling over being sure of someone that we should be sure of. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, because you see that often out in DNA, you see it off in the metanetic, because we see smash numbers show us like, well, why it don't say black man when it say bread man? You know what I'm saying? So it's just a fight that we in, and we got to recognize this the fight we in. You know what I'm saying?
I think you're absolutely right, bro, because at the end of the day, we're going to have to be the ones to step up, or our kids, you know what I'm saying? Or our nephews and stuff, because even like what rationale would you assign to somebody who's a PhD linguist who chooses to critique somebody like Diop? And to us, Diop is like up there. 1974 conference, The Origin of Man, The Origin of Civilization, right? But other people might not see it that way. They might just look at Diop like he's a quack in the first place. And say, I'm gonna just look at this Peace Corps voluntary dictionary and pick out the Wolof words that he's talking about. I don't need to do much else. And if I don't see it, it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
So
just like it could be political for dope, it could be political for a shoe.
Exactly.
And
research could be trying to keep a job. I don't know.
Exactly. And the research is political by nature anyway. So it just depends
what
on
you talking about, Mr. Rich? Europeans do the political research, bro. Only Africans do that, bro.
I know. That's what I'm saying. But they keep bringing out, like, from what I see is that all the black scientists or linguists are mostly pseudo because they black. Or they've been, bringing the black, so-called be Afrocentric or something like that, or be pro-black. They thinking this shit is pseudo.
Yeah,
I wouldn't say
that's what the new narrative. That narrative is being pushed.
I wouldn't say his stance political, because he didn't just criticize Joe. He also did Minoff and the other opposing side as well.
Well, no, you brought up the political thing, so I say it could be on both sides. That's all.
But yo, fellas,
you're right. You're right. Yeah, it could be that.
Two things. Number one, for Smash sake, I asked in the live stream, in the live chat, Kamjiva's video, if I could show the premiere on the stream, because we live and we talking about linguistics, and he said sure. So at least for Smash sake, we know for sure he ain't going.
Let me stop sharing.
And but also I wanted to say the caption. I want to read out the caption of this video before I hold on. Let me minimize this. But so in this video, I'll be responding to slanderous claims made about my channel by unlearned naysayers on the Brother Smash Rockwell's show. This is one of the many examples why you should stay far away from most YouTubers if you want to know about historical linguistics. Taking classes from trained professionals is the best way to up your linguistic game.
Cam's verse, he be messing up on the genetic shit too a lot.
Oh, let's hear what he said.
Yeah, let's.
I looked at the other video he made 30 minutes. He kept saying EM2 come out canal bad. I said EM2 don't come out, but the parent do, not EM2 itself.
Man,
EV38 come out that area, but EM2, you know what I'm saying, that mutated in the Green Sahara area.
Well, I'm patiently awaiting your debunking of his video then, because I will be watching you. See, I'm a new subscriber.
Yeah,
So let's press play here.
I'm doing it tomorrow night.
I bet. Yeah.
We don't hear anything.
You'll hear this?
Oh no, no, yeah, you gotta hit the check with a oh yeah, we hear it right now. Okay, bet.
I'm gonna take some time to respond to some slanderous claims that were recently made about my channel and just elaborate on a question that I posed on Smash Rockwell's channel. Now, Smash Rockwell has a pretty good channel with a lot of different people who come on and they're able to express their views. And in a lot of cases, it could be really, really passionate. But I must say this, if you are someone who is willing to learn about linguistics, you want to learn about just the different methodologies used within linguistics, I would stay far, far, far away from most of these YouTubers, because the vast majority of them have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. They just use these synchronic linguistic classifications as if they are affirmed historical populations. And honestly, listening to them will only confuse you. And I'm going to get into a lot of this confusion displayed later in the video. In general, I'm going to say this again: if you want to learn about linguistics, go to a local community college, go to a linguistic professor near you, try to take some classes, try to get an official certification, where you can learn under a trained linguist. This is a lot better than listening to a lot of these crazies on YouTube who are just totally distorted in their understanding of the information. Now let's get into the question that I posed.
But Kamji just put a good statement into the chat. He said, how can there be an affirmed historical population of speakers without a reconstruction of the pre-dialectical ancestors?
Man, ain't nobody listening to no
And that's why I asked that, Smash.
Well, don't listen to him, but what about the question he proposed?
Hey, turn this video off. We don't want to see the video.
I don't have no affiliates to you more than Kamji. All due respect, you feel me? Like, so why would I just?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
You lean a little bit to Cammy though, Smash.
No,
you might not mean it, but you lean a little bit to him.
Come on,
What was the question?
You biased, man.
I was talking to Gullah and I was saying I would like you to discredit him on your information, because none of us, all we know is to sound each other's voice, bruh. You feel what I'm saying? And so if you got what it takes to answer that question, if not, I think you running from the question. And that's
no, I'm not running from. What's the question? What are you asking?
Because he said, how could you affirming that this population came from someplace, and he asked, how can there
I said they come from the southern middle now.
Are we
they come from a certain region. You know how long, bro? You know how long the Nile is?
But how can you affirm that? The question is, how can you affirm the historical population of speakers without a reconstruction of the pre-dialectical ancestor?
That's a wild question, though, Smash. That's a fake you out question.
I understand.
No, it's not, because it's all hip. It's all.
That's not a real question, man. No, it's not. They asked that same question in this Afro-Asiatic book.
Right now. None of these
so basically, y'all ain't gonna answer it.
They asked that same question in this Afro-Asiatic book.
Come on, Smash. Come on, man. That's like I want to show this. How can you put wings on the car and such? Nobody said that.
Have y'all ever seen a Kemet question that I acted like this
Smash,
over?
I'm gonna answer it. Let me answer it. You know what?
So Smash just saying, anytime you want me to pause, so you have anything to say, just let me know.
Yeah, we don't want to watch the video.
Oh shit! What's that? That's the video.
Hey, Gullah
Yeah,
is giving us an
we don't want to
answer.
watch the video.
Yeah, let the video play. What are you talking about?
I don't know what
Oh,
dude's talking
I thought
about.
people was on this.
Hold on, man.
I
No,
thought that was
everybody
live.
mute out and let the video play.
Okay, weird. I thought that was live.
Oh, I thought he was saying that live. I thought dude was saying we don't want to. I'm like, what you talking about?
He in there tripping.
Nah, he is saying it live. Look, our voices is moving when we talk to the right. See?
Yeah, I know he did say
So
that. But
yeah,
that's what I'm
or
saying.
at least you can say I don't want to see the video, but who you speaking for? Who is the we you speaking for?
I was speaking for myself.
Yeah, so I think you outruled. Do y'all all want to stop the video?
We want to see the video.
Yeah, we
So
want to
let's
see it. We want to see
mute
it.
out and let the video play. That's what we
But let
wanna
me
do.
hear from you real quick, Eddie. Why did you say that? You know, you can speak for.
The reason why I said that was because it seemed like he was just more, instead of playing the video to share information, it was just he seemed like it was more of an attack on his channel, and that's what he started off saying. And if it was about information and sharing some information, then great. But if he's just playing a video on an ego trip just to,
Well, with respect, you could
He
see
got
how
something on
much
the
of the
screen right
video.
now, bro. He got something on the screen right now. He's sharing something.
It's about
No, he's
everybody.
just sharing the primary. See, this is how real scholarship works. He's sharing the primary evidence of why he fixing to correct this, and I guarantee you it's gonna be a thorough correction after this video.
How you know?
Let us view what.
How you know that's the primary though? How you know that's the primary?
Because this is y'all voice. You don't even understand what's going on yet. This was he's showing the audio of what y'all was saying, and he's in a minute. I guarantee you, he's finna come with all documentation and facts, and then you're gonna have to refute that, Gullah, the same way he's fixing to come with these documentation and facts. You're gonna have to use documentation and facts for your argument. If you ain't gonna be able to do that, you're gonna lose. So let the video play.
None of that
So,
matters.
but brother Eddie,
Only reason he doing our recording because I'm coming for him.
Nah, I can't hear you all if you talk together. Anyway, I was saying that look how much it definitely have all of this left to go. So I think your opinion is a little bit premature. You dig? But if I could ask the panel with respect, to stay on mute and let Smash be the only one to request that I pause or not pause, because it have a lot of people speaking in the video and I can't really tell if it's us who's speaking or if it's the video who's speaking. You dig?
Yeah, correct. I'm muted.
All right, for emotion.
Yeah.
I want to show this too. How can you put rings on the car and such? Nobody says that.
Have y'all ever seen a Kemet question that I acted like this over?
I'm gonna answer it. Let me answer it. You know why? Because you got the contemporary languages that still related today.
Hey, Gullah is giving us an answer. Pay him his respect. Go ahead, Gullah.
Because you still got the populations today to do the comparison. Just know that these languages are related. Right. Don't no proto language survive is living today anyway.
So you gave an answer. That's all we was asking for. Great. So your answer is, since the languages still live today, we can tell that what the pre-dialectical ancestor was, and we don't have to reconstruct it.
But indeed, Almighty, I understand that, King. My whole thing was, man.
Nah, Robert. Hey, Bobby, you know I just got him with that question. So since the language is surviving, I think that Cambone said something like that to Osari himself. He wouldn't have to reconstruct it. It's still living today. Y'all don't remember that? So is that what you saying, Gullah? Because you might be making a point that I heard another PhD make. Now, Cam G-Verse, if the language is still surviving today, I did hear Dr. Cambone clown Asar Imhotep like, why would you propose that they would need to reconstruct something if the language is still alive today?
Correct. So
let me know what you think about that Kamji verse, and whoever want to speak, go right ahead.
The reason that's an important question is because when these dudes be up in here talking about Afroasiatic, Afrasioid, Niger-Congo, Congoid, Nigeroid, Bantoid, Bantu, and they talk about all of these linguistic classifications, and they try to superimpose them onto archaeological and cultural anthropological realities. That is what's called Kilumbi cubiculomania. This is coined by the legendary linguist James Matisoff. It's when you have the incessant desire to fit all of these groups of languages into pigeonholes for the sake of leaving nothing unclassified. That's what the
making up shit for his pseudo argument
are absolutely guilty of. in
Yo,
their
he got you.
marriage to these Greenbergian classifications.
Is somebody
Not really.
speaking?
Not really. Wait till my shit come out Saturday. Not really.
Hey James, make it so cats can't unmute, man.
Yeah, give thanks, bro.
Oh, hold on now.
Hey, can you put
Where
the
do I go
video
to
up?
do that at, Smash?
And down at the bottom
Hey.
with participants.
Hey,
But
Sid,
with
can you
respect,
cut the
but
video up?
can I what?
All right, hold on.
Can you cut the video up?
Until the
I don't know what
video,
that means.
make it
The
louder.
sound.
You gotta ask what's his name to unmute. Now you gotta make it. Please, everyone, just don't come off mute. Thank you. You can make it so they can't, but I don't think that's required.
Okay, hold
Yeah.
on. Set
I'm going back on mute.
Okay, Set, you got your mic open, I think. Can everybody hear Set?
Yeah. Well, it wasn't open, but yeah.
Okay, you unmuted, and then I need
But-
to
but-
make sure
but-
Smash is unmuted.
Go down to invite, click the little 3 dots and click on unclick allow participants to unmute themselves.
Okay, hold on. See, you said go to where? Invite.
And then the 3 dots to the right. Not invite, but participants.
Okay.
Then you're gonna see 3 dots to the right at the
And you
bottom.
say ask all to unmute.
Yeah, no, click allow participants to unmute. Don't let us unmute.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
All right.
Until the end, let us unmute at the end of the video.
Okay.
All right, peace.
The legendary linguist James Matisoff. It's when you have the incessant desire to fit all of these groups of languages into pigeonholes for the sake of leaving nothing unclassified. That's what the two brothers in this video are absolutely guilty of in their marriage to these Greenbergian classifications. Now we're going to get into the fact that A, most of these classifications are hypothetical, and B, most people engaged in conventional 21st century anthropology are aware that they are eventually going to be replaced, and that includes geneticists. A lot of the recent genetic studies that have come out in the past few years have the caveat and the descriptor that these Greenbergian language classifications used as anchors in these admixture studies will be eventually replaced. Now, what is interesting is the fact that they tried to use the excuse that you can know about the historical speakers of a language family by looking at current speakers in that hypothetically defined language family. And they actually reference a conversation that was had by Asar Imhotep and the linguistic doctor, Obadeli Cambone, about the nature of the linguistic methodologies that are employed within the comparative historical analysis of different groups of populations.
Not only that, but he hasn't done a reconstruction for Middle Egyptian. And I'm saying that is an incorrect and it's not a very good order of operations. So you're going to.
I don't see a reconstruction of Yoruba in your work or a card.
How would I reconstruct Yoruba and it's spoken right now? How does that make any sense to me?
Obadele Cambone basically was saying to Asar Imhotep that his methodology and Jean-Claude Mboli's methodology is incorrect because when they're comparing Metrem and Kimi to contemporary African languages, you have to reconstruct Metrem and Kimi because it's not a living language. Its living form is in Coptic. So you have to use Coptic to reconstruct what those past historical sounds may have been so that you could accurately compare them with contemporary living languages in order to develop sound correspondences, right? So you can't engage in a comparison between so-called ancient Egyptian and the contemporary languages of the African continent without reconstructing the ancient Egyptian language using Coptic, right? Now, Asar Imhotep's retort was that Obadele Cambone, Dr. Cambone, didn't reconstruct Yoruba or Akan when he was engaging in a contemporaneous comparison between Yoruba and Akan to establish phonetic regularity. The reason that he didn't have to do that is because when you're engaging in a synchronic comparison or a contemporaneous comparison, a comparison of two languages that are living, you don't have to reconstruct them because the question that you're dealing with is with two languages that are being spoken today. Reconstruction only involves the languages and the different hypothetical classifications that are no longer extant, they no longer exist, and you have to use the current descendants of those languages in order to, again, reconstruct and figure out the sounds of the previous languages. So with respect to my question on the good brother Smash Rockwell's channel, how can you have a conversation about a hypothetical historical group of speakers without a proper reconstruction of the proto-language family? How can you talk about the unproven Niger-Congo, the unproven Afro-Asiatic, the unproven Nilo-Saharan, the Nilo-Saharo, the Phraseoid-Congoid? How can you have a conversation about these populations when the protoforms or the pre-dialectical ancestor in these languages, in Proto-Niger-Congo, Proto-Afro-Asiatic, Proto-Nilo-Saharan, they haven't been completely reconstructed and confirmed? Therefore, you're speculating. You're not talking about a real historical population when you bring up all these linguistic classifications. And the retort that they gave, in the sense of, you don't need to reconstruct, all you need to do is look at languages that exist today in order to affirm hypotheses, right? In the absence of the comparative method, this is something called the method of resemblances, and it is completely invalid in historical linguistics. Now, this is going to be a text from Roger Blench in his critique of Christopher Ehret, specifically his Methodology and Civilizations of Africa, A History to 1800. One of the more problematic concepts underlying the structure of the book is its use of the term civilizations. This is somewhat a loaded term in standard European usage, often occurring in unhappy contrast with uncivilized. Nonetheless, it is here applied to the supposed characteristic culture of an entire language phyla. Thus, we have Niger-Congo, Subdanic, i.e. Nilo-Saharan, Afrasian, a non-standard term introduced for Afro-Asiatic, and Khoisan civilizations. Ensembles of cultural features are then attributed to these entities rather after the manner of Indo-European. The difference, of course, is that notions of Indo-European are based on very substantial bodies of historical reconstruction and the cultural archaeological implications of each term. Birch, Wheel, etc. have been debated in extenso in the scholarly literature. In the case of Niger-Congo, for example, the associated civilization has matrilineages: West African planting agriculture, bows and arrows, stone, axes, hoes, adze weaving, rectangular houses, sculpture and wood, polyrhythmic, percussion-based music, etc. In archaeological and linguistic reconstructions of other phyla, for example, in Austronesian, this type of statement would build on a published dataset and a long-established set of reconstructed forms. But in the case of Niger-Congo, there is no standard set of protoforms. The two major sources, Westerman and Mukarovsky, reconstruct only intermediate levels of Niger-Congo and are anyway not referenced by Ehret. Even if such a reconstructed form did exist, it seems that Ehret's conception of West African planting agriculture is in major conflict with the archaeological evidence for the very late inception of agriculture in West Africa. Therefore, this claims amounts to little more than a sort of spatial coincidence between social and material elements listed by Ehret in a particular language phyla. Even this appears to be shaky. In what part of sub-Saharan Africa is polyrhythmic music not found apart from regions recently influenced by Islam? So again, Roger Blench is just tearing into the fact that Christopher Ehret is using in many cases the method of resemblances, and in many cases he is referring to these different historical linguistic populations as if they have protoforms or pre-dialectical ancestors that have been reconstructed and established and affirmed. He's using this methodology in the same way that Indo-European linguists corroborate their data with archaeological and cultural anthropological findings. But as Dr. Blench says here, you can't do that if the pre-dialectical ancestor in the language families that you're talking about has not been reconstructed. Without historical reconstruction, you're only speculating. You are absolutely not talking about affirmed historical populations. Now, interestingly enough, Paul Sidwell has a similar criticism of some of Roger Blench's work. The first 20 pages of each volume are taken up by Blench and Spriggs, generally introduction, such that this particular text has now appeared 4 times without a change. While I can see the value of some continuity, this strikes me as a combination of lost opportunity and redundant text with potential to confuse readers. For example, Blench and Spriggs take 3 paragraphs to give an overview of lexicostatistics and glottochronology, yet neither of these closely related methodologies figure in the text of volumes 3 and 4. One could also question the validity of their statements on the topic. Example, however, very few historical linguists now accept the premises of such approaches. I doubt that there is a linguist alive who would argue with the premise that languages have less inherited vocabulary in common with a greater passage of time. Rather, the debate is over the rate of change, which is only relevant to the absolute dating. A persistent difficulty of interdisciplinary cooperation is thus highlighted. Members of one field run into difficulty when they try to comment on another. I would much rather see this general introduction drop from any future volumes in order to simply let the various papers speak for themselves. He continues, the logical problem is how to justify linking historical linguistic data with archaeology. Their linguistic reconstructions are ultimately reflections of present day, or at least no more than 250-year-old language descriptions. And a similar caveat applies to ethnography. Only archaeology gives us an unequivocal direct witness on the past. Therefore, the challenge is to explain why particular material and linguistic forms found widely over the Oceania area should be viewed as historical remnants. The technical capacity for long-distance travel and thus cultural transmission has been maintained or increased over time. Therefore, we must seek non-trivial structural correspondences rather than simple resemblances. Again, this speaks to the fact that you cannot look at resemblances to infer historical reality, especially as it is related to historical linguistics. There's something called areal diffusion, right? Or the diffusion of different characteristics linguistically between different groups of speakers because of close historical contact, but not necessarily genetic relation. He continues. Volume 4 is subtitled Language Change and Cultural Transformation and is further divided into 2 parts, the first of which is Rethinking Language Classification, a title that immediately evokes thoughts of numerous recent long-ranger proposals. The first paper is The Languages of Africa, Macrophyla Proposals and Implications for Archaeological Interpretation by Roger Blench. Blench is clearly under the spell of macrophilophilia, an infantile disorder from which I myself have only recently made a full recovery. Consider the following by Blench. In contrast to the New World in Papua, the composition of the major language phyla of Africa is generally agreed within the scholarly community. Their internal classification remains disputed, as does the position of various isolates. However, given that Africa has the highest absolute number of languages of any continent, their classification remains a considerable achievement. And he cites himself in this quote. And Sidwell continues, it is great when you can cite yourself as an authority, and even better when you can do so without misrepresenting the entire subdisciplines. The classification of New World languages is well known and received among Americanists, and authoritative recent sources Campbell in 1997. And currently, excellent work on the classification of Papuan languages is proceeding at the Research School of Asian and Pacific Studies of the Australian National University. The division of opinion within the scholarly community alluded to by Blench is effectively that between the excessive lumpers, like Joseph Greenberg, and those who actually specialize in particular language families and areas. The achievement, so-called, of classifying African languages is a rough consensus of probabilities. What is agreed to is that which is the hardest to evaluate by any means, while views remain divided regarding lower-level classifications. The paper concludes that it is problematic for archaeology to respond to the variety of views being offered by linguists. Now I'm going to finish this off with some statements by Guldeman, and again, the majority of conventional historical linguists do not take any of the Greenbergian linguistic classifications as affirmed. And Guldeman's analysis of so-called Nilo-Saharan proves this. So he says, regarding Nilo-Saharan as a whole, I have argued in section 2.6.2 that there is no all-comprising diagnostic evidence for such a family, even a reduced version such as proposed by Dimmendahl, and this after more than 50 years of research following the initial proposal of the hypothesis. Clearly, Nilo-Saharan membership is hard to test. The alternative approach followed by Greenberg himself as well as by Arid and Bender, who later undertook the most dedicated and extensive attempts to prove the original hypothesis, has been to establish a web of multiple linguistic affinities of different kinds between modern languages and lineages. If applying standard principles of historical comparative methodology, the evidence for Nilo-Saharan in this framework does not become more compelling, whatever the final verdict on the hypothesis as such. As has been argued by the means of selected examples, the problems observed regarding an evaluation of these works starts at the lowest level of linguistic detail. The wider the net is cast, the more one sees contradictions, inconsistencies, and sheer carelessness in handling the data, so that the general argument as it is currently presented collapses like a house of cards. This does not, of course, imply that all associations these authors have made between individual pieces of empirical data or all genealogical language relations they have posited are invalid. The point is rather that regardless of whichever proposal is correct or will turn out to be correct, the current state of research is not sufficient enough to prove the Nilo-Saharan hypothesis. So again, this is a legendary historical linguist, Guldeman, in his analysis of the languages on the African continent, and he actually has an extensive work where he shows the flaws in the majority of the Greenbergian classifications, that at best, Nilo-Saharan, Niger-Congo, and even Afro-Asiatic are hypotheses that remained unproven. And many linguists, such as Dixon, among others, say that it is absolutely impossible. Arlen Wilson Wright is another one. It is impossible to prove the relationships between these Greenbergian classifications as genetic. They are not genetic. At best, they are areas of diffusion. So, to cap this off, no, you cannot talk about a historical group of speakers without a reconstructed pre-dialectical ancestor. You can't use the method of resemblances or shared innovations or any other, multilateral comparative analysis-based methodology to figure out the different facts of life of these historical groups of speakers. It's just absolutely insane to suggest that, and it's obvious that the majority of these dudes are completely divorced from any type of linguistic science, and they're just lost in the sauce. So, if you're smart, don't listen to what they have to say. Open up a textbook, take some classes from your professor, and just stay smart. Peace.
upper Egypt, boy. Got that white crown, upper Egypt, boy. Babylonian bars, Ugaritic spit it, get it, dagger on me. That harpoon, it ain't for abalone. Phoenician pieces made of Nubian gold. Antediluvian scrolls hit the Dubian poles. And if you wanna debate that, you'll get truly exposed. I'm like the king of Axum, Axon. Bring the maxims of Patar back to action. I actually swing my axe, so I axis 32. Hold on. Why y'all playing that? Babylonian bars, Ugaritic spit it. Somebody gotta press mute in the back, but why y'all playing that? Hello? Anybody here? Oh, everybody on mute, James. Still, you gotta let people unmute. Oh, James must have cut. Oh, it's people trying to get in. Let me take the host back. How do I reclaim host? Oh, I'm the host? Yeah, James cut. Let me unlock people. I don't know what happened. Y'all can unmute yourselves.
No, I didn't leave. I gave you the host. I gave you the host back because it seemed like you was trying to say something because your thing was in green. So you've been the host for about the last 10 minutes.
Oh, it was green, but it was muted, right?
He didn't go that hard.
Yeah, it was muted, so I didn't want to.
I was handling some business talking on the phone. I'm glad it was muted.
I thought you was trying to say something. I was like, damn, I don't want to keep him from saying something.
No, y'all good. I didn't know. Yeah.
I was playing that. Hold on a second. I was playing that video smash because we had a lot of
We had what?
We had a lot of dead air because nobody could have talked. So I was just like, all right, let me just pop up on something.
Good. Yeah, that's good. I came from downstairs. I just got caught up. But yeah, it's all good. We back.
Yeah, dude said all that just so he can make up his fantasy version of Africa.
Oh, y'all got to watch the whole video? Y'all got to see the whole video?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So let's speak on it one by one. Have y'all spoke on it yet?
Yeah, we ain't spoke on it. We just got unmuted. So let Gullah.
Go first, Gullah.
You got some contention, so the floor is yours, Gullah.
I'm gonna do most of my stuff Saturday, saving it for my show. But he said most of all that shit just so he can make up his own fantasy Africa. Of course, you know what I'm saying. Stuff, everything's still in the works. Of course, it's still in motion. You know what I'm saying. But he don't have a leg to stand on at all.
So let me ask you a
question, Gullah.
Let me ask, brother. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I just want to. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You good? Go ahead.
All right. Well, yeah. So I just wanted to ask if you have any contention with the brother Kamji with his assertion that most of historical linguists do not consider the Greenbergian categories or classifications of African languages as factual. Do you have contention with that?
Yeah, I disagree with him. Every time you say most, he be lying.
No problem. Okay. I just want to get you on the record. That's all. I just want to get you on the record. That's all. I have no dog in the argument today. Yeah, Mr. Rich.
Yeah. I got something. So you disagree when he said that in order to actually compare the language of contemporary contemporary languages, you have to reconstruct. You know what I'm saying? You have to do the reconstruction. Now, do you and he call it or symbolism or whatever that they're using? Do you disagree with that? That you have to reconstruct the language?
Yeah, I agree. You have to do the reconstruction and everything. But there's other stuff too that give you other clues outside of linguistics that you put together with linguistics to give you other clues, to the answer. Of course, it ain't all the way done yet. It's still in motion.
So it's hypothetical then at this point,
right?
Yeah, it's a hypothesis. Basically, when we were on here that last time talking about it, and this is probably the only part that me and Kamji verse disagree with. At the end, he's stating what the linguist stated concerning. It's like it's not possible. It can't be. It's not. And to me, I just showed a paper on here talking about the cattle culture from South Africa reaching North Africa. So we know there's been some type of connection and some type of contact.
Oh yeah.
If you disagree, you know what I'm saying? So if you disagree with that paper, you mess up because you're saying what these linguists say. There's no possible way that they could have come into contact and this, that, the other. But in fact, there had to be that based off of agriculture. So when you look at the agriculture and then you look at the terminology that they use and that they have in common with each other, such as the Khoi having some borrowed words from this area, such and such from the north having some borrowed words from this area, and the connections between the two, you have to, at some point in time, this wall will break down that Erid has been trying to break down. The problem for Erid is he did his linguistic constructions, he did his reconstructions, even though not everyone accepted them, some people did. And now we have independent works coming from people who do Amharic. We've got independent works coming from, like I was doing the independent work for the Maasai, because I'm seeing connections with the linguistics. You've got Asar Imhotep trying to do it with Chikaluba, but this is why I ride him so toughly. If you mess up and you borrow from other books and you look like a plagiarist, it really makes it difficult for us to come in there and say, this is what it is, because they point the finger at you and say, look at the job this cat did. Look at these cats using ghost words. The word don't even exist. And you know what I'm saying? So make sure if you're doing the work, you do it right, you do it properly, so that when we break this wall down, it can be a triumphant celebration.
So next question, Asha. Next question, Brother Gula, all right. Would you say that Afro-Asiatic has been reconstructed?
If you ask me, I think it's a strong attempt. To a degree, you can say yes, but the claim by the linguistics and the Egyptologists still is no, and the reason is because they don't want that culture to share affinity with ancient Egypt.
Well, I'm actually glad that you said that we call it, the consensus is that no, it hasn't been reconstructed, but actually was asking the brother Gullah, because he seems to disagree with brother Kamjivis that those classifications are not like fully solidified now, boy. So I want to know if he thinks that Afro-Asiatic or Proto-Afro-Asiatic, whichever one it would have to be, has been reconstructed. What say you, brother Gullah?
Gullah might be away right now, but I don't know.
Yeah, it'd be real convenient. I can't even lie.
He said it'd be real convenient. To speak on what his source says, Erid says yes, but he says yes because it has to be. That's his exact statement. So we
that's wild.
Yeah, so he said it has
Wow.
to be. So, and that's in the forward of that book that I brought showed y'all. But even though he says it has to be, he did so much work. I want to give him all the credit in the world, because I think he got super busy. He's just discredited by, like I said, those who have an agenda. Now, me and Camji verse see pretty much most things the same on this particular topic, because he agrees with the protagonist that no, it hasn't been done. But for me, I think we're as close as it gets, and we have to look at some of the other efforts to connect languages. Were they as involved as Eritz? Because some of them aren't. And we still give credence to things like Hebrew. We gave credence to the Greek, which, obviously came out of the final form of the Egyptian. Well, not the final form, but the second to final form, because Coptic is the final form. So if we give that credence, why can't we?
Will you mute yourself?
I'm happy.
But you, so,
all right.
Fuck, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Man, I agree with most of what I heard. I don't think I caught everything, but yeah, you have to follow all the steps of the methodology. That's been the issue with most people who have problems with Afro-Asiatic, and these other classifications that their value is sometimes overextended, and people are forced to assume that these are actual realities when they're approximates. And if I talk about an African centered perspective, you know, how are they changing what they did from 40 years ago? How have they diversified their samples in a way that can satisfy what the opposition is saying? Right now, I'm reading the latest book, Ancient Egyptian and Afro-Asiatic, Rethinking the Origins. And, you know, some of the scholars.
The $150 book?
Hell yeah.
Did you heard the question I asked you, Brother Gala? No, your mic ain't working.
Not his ass. He got the $150 book. That's that book. That book hard.
Yeah, this joint
I see.
crazy.
I was asking a question earlier, and your mic wasn't working now, boy. So I was just asking.
Ask again.
I can't even remember the question I'd asked before. But like one of the most important, at least to my unlearned ear, things that the brother Kamchibil said in the video that we watched was right down near the end, which is that some of these, the assertion, I think he said from Karun or something, Tom somebody with a G name, that the languages may not be genetically related, rather that certain languages may have diffused into those areas and then the other languages picked up grammatical forms. I think that's the phrase he used, grammatical forms and that kind of things, parts of language structure from the language that was coming in. So it's not necessarily that the languages are directly related. And if that is taken in, if one asserts or assumes that there has been mass migrations intracontinentally over time, then it really does change the way that we have to look up how these languages developed. Because as I think Gullah was saying a little bit earlier, Wolof comes from Libu or something like that. But how does it get to Senegal? I'm assuming that Libu is from Libya. How does it get to Senegal from Libya without people moving? And is it necessarily that the language is a dialect of Libu that appears in Senegal, or is it a mixture of the two languages that were there? That kind of thing. You understand? Anybody else picked up from the video? The areas of diffusion?
I was kind of going in and out for real. My connection was going in and out, but there has been work that has tried to connect the Libu in Senegal to the Libu in northwest in northeast Africa and Egypt. And there's still work coming out. You know, I got hella stuff on that, but I forgot what I was about to say. Go ahead.
But yeah, I had brought up the point earlier about the migration and the Hausa people. That Hausa language has been associated with Egyptians. You know what I'm saying? So when we look if we look at the Nook culture and that migration from the Nook culture, which is Hausa, we'll see the migration from West Africa, you know what I'm saying, into Egypt and vice versa. So it has to be migration. We look at words like tefnit. Tefnit means to spit.
Yeah. You can even find it in the Messiah when you talk about the term shuma'at. Shuma'at is air. The term for black is similar too. So they have all the ingredients to get together without question. The real question is, when will they do the work in Africa to show the linguistic formats? That's why when Saber Reggie showed us the other day, he showed the young lady who did the Amharic correlations. Now you've got words with the 3-syllable connection, because you need 3 cognates to sound similar in the word in order to make the linguistic connection. And then we go from there. And that's not even the full portion, which is why he's saying it's not genetically related. Well, it doesn't have to be genetically related to be an ancestor of this particular language family. It just has to show cognates or borrow words,
So quick
showing
question.
that
Yeah,
obviously they were
borrowings for
connected.
sure. In
Yeah.
unrelated languages, you definitely want borrowings if you're talking about comparisons and looking at like migrations and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the thing that makes like say like the position of Wolof, which is interesting, is that you find items like kinship terms, like
Yeah.
the words for father, mother, brother, um,
All same
sister,
damn near. Yeah.
placenta, um, you know, father-in-law, you know, all these terms that
What is the word for father?
the
Yeah,
word for
it's like
father is it or at.
something.
It depends on how you want to pronounce it. And
Pronounce
you
it.
know, you add these with
Pronounce it.
Coptic, like Kamji verse was saying.
I'm asking for a reason, but I want you to pronounce it.
What was that? The word for father?
Yes.
In Wolof or in ancient Egyptian?
Do both.
So in ancient Egyptian, you already know we don't know what the vowel sounded like.
Correct, for sure.
Right. So what it is a E sound, which is also recorded as a I sound and a T. So it's it, or et, sometimes at. And actually there's a morpheme, there's a vowel sound in Wolof and in ancient Egyptian you could surmise that comes out as an I, as an E sound and as an I sound. Because you could say ini to bring, just like you could say ani to bring, right? So in Wolof you would say yit, right?
So
Yit.
it wouldn't be ba, b, b-a-a-y, b.
Bai is another word for father.
Okay, so I'm asking
Bai, I would propose, is cognate to biti.
Exactly.
Right? And biti itself is a prefix form of it. You see what I'm saying?
It turns into B.
Now answer the what's in Egyptian. What does it say? There is no word. It's not ba.
Yeah, bai.
That's
so
Wolof.
bai is a word that can mean high priest. It can mean father. It can mean caretaker. All of the above. So it's the most common word you would say for father in the Wolof language today. But sound change happens, and you have to consider social context and diachronistic approaches, which means you're looking at the language now. See, languages like West African languages, we don't have very old texts with copious amounts of written documents from where we could see what the changes are. But there are ways that you can identify certain changes, especially if you can isolate social changes, historically documented social changes.
Okay. So Coptic, maybe I should have asked a better question. So in Coptic, the word father is baya, as well.
They have a form. They have a form that is close,
similar, right?
But for them, they use ayot or yit, or it,
which would be the it one in Medunetia. So when
exactly,
you say
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So each one is going to have certain things, but to make the correlation, you can see that the it, at, and ie are similar in all three languages.
Exactly. And they allude to the same thing.
Exactly. And if you break it down, I was showing earlier that so you have G, right? Which is G, father, right? But G is a word that means to plant, to ejaculate, and also to descend from. You see what I'm saying? So you're really just adding that T there to make it that father, that distinction.
I'm gonna get ready to. I gotta
is
bust.
right there too.
I gotta bust some moves, so I'm gonna get ready to close it down.
Damn, Almighty King. Oh,
Oh, I ain't even heard from you,
bodies
Robert.
for you.
Where you at?
Gee, I had bodies for you today, God. I swear to God, man, King. Look, I had bodies to bring to you in this royal court today,
All
King.
right, look. Then I might come back tonight. I might come back tonight if ain't nobody streaming.
Man, you know what I want to talk about, great King.
What's
I
that?
want to talk about the color black.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. But I gotta run. I gotta run up out of here real quick, more briefly than usual. So I appreciate y'all.
Peace,
I might be
God.
back tonight. Might be back tonight. Peace, peace, peace. Yeah. Thanks for tapping in. Thanks for all the contributions. Let me say what's up. I always gotta say what's up. I seen Brazilian Monk with the contribution, and let me look real quick. And I seen my man Anointed Sadat and Suntan from yesterday. Peace to y'all. Peace to y'all. I gotta go bust some moves. All right.